Okay, live stream's up.
You're okay. Yeah. Okay. Good morning and welcome everyone. Thank you for your patience. Today is the first and possibly only day of the evidentiary hearing for the Crystal Spring extension project proposed by NStar Electric Company, doing business as Eversource Energy, which I will call either Eversource or the company. The docket number for this matter is EFSB 25-03/DPU 24-93/2494. We are conducting this evidentiary hearing virtually by Zoom. We have sent all council information on how to participate by Zoom. If you should experience any difficulty with Zoom, please call or text 857-200-0065. My name is Daniel Kelleher. I am the presiding officer in this proceeding. I am a member of the Siting Division staff that assists the Energy Facilities Siting Board, and I am conducting today's hearing on behalf of the Siting Board. With me today, either in person or virtually, are other members of the Siting Board staff. I'll ask each to raise their hand when I introduce them. Andrew Green, Director of the Siting Division. Are you able
I'm
to
off
turn
camera,
on?
but I'm here.
Great, thank you, Andy. Joan Foster Evans, General Counsel of the Siting Division. Wayne Wong, Assistant Director of the Siting Division. Donna Sharkey, an attorney with the Siting Division. And Tim Riley, an analyst with the Siting Division. Also with us today by Zoom is Alan Brock, a stenographer, who will be transcribing this hearing and providing parties with copies of the transcript after the hearing. This hearing is being video recorded, and the video recording will be posted to the Siting Board's YouTube channel for viewing. In this proceeding, Eversource is seeking to construct an approximately 3-mile extension to an existing 21-mile, 115 kilovolt overhead transmission line. That's line 112, along an existing right-of-way between Eversource's Mendel Road tap in Acushnet and the Crystal Springs substation located on company-owned property at 26R Crystal Spring Road in Mattapoisett. And they're also proposing expansion of the Crystal Spring substation needed to accommodate the new line extension. The new line extension and the substation expansion are collectively the project. Finally, we have with us today the parties. One party is Eversource, the other party is Lauren Macy, a private individual, and their witnesses. Right now, I can't see all the witnesses, but I know there are a number of them. I would ask right now for the parties to introduce themselves or their legal counsel, beginning with the project applicant, please.
Good morning. My name is Catherine Cuthan. Together with Cheryl Blaine, we are from the law firm of Keegan Worlin, and we are here on behalf of NStar Electric Company doing business as Eversource Energy.
And would the intervener please introduce herself as well and give your address?
Hi, my name is Lauren Macy, and I reside at 275 Mendel Road in Acushnet.
Thank you. And I will have the witnesses be introduced once we're ready to hear their testimony. I have a couple of housekeeping matters to address first. The first is the two motions that Eversource had filed back in December 4th of 2024. Those motions were seeking protective treatment for various portions of the documents that they submitted. It was seeking to protect confidential business information and also critical energy infrastructure information. I have not yet ruled on those two pending motions, and I expect to wait until after the hearing before I rule on them. But until I issue a ruling, I ask that the parties and the staff do not disclose the information that Eversource is seeking to protect while the motions are pending. And if I do rule that the information should be disclosed, I will give Eversource time in which to challenge that ruling before I allow the disclosure of the information. So that's the first update. The second one has to do with the draft exhibit list. Thank you for Eversource prepared that draft list. This list identifies the documents submitted in this proceeding and assigns each of those documents a number for identification. At the end of this hearing, either today or tomorrow, I will consider whether to accept the identified documents as exhibits in the record of this proceeding. Accepting the documents as exhibits allows the citing board to consider them as evidence in this matter. I will provide an opportunity for the parties to indicate whether they have any objections to including these documents as evidence, and I will consider any objections in this regard before I rule on whether to admit the documents into evidence. Regarding the order of topics, yes. Yesterday, I sent a list of the proposed order of topics, and I put at the end of that list the registry of deed documents that Ms. Macy had submitted. I think it was on April 6th. I received a request from Attorney Cuthan that we actually address that matter first to accommodate the schedule of a witness. Ms. Cuthan, could you please explain your request in that regard?
Sure. So as you know, we just got the schedule yesterday from you, and this topic, which is the last topic, only came up last week after Ms. Macy submitted the documents that she submitted. So to address those issues, we potentially have one witness and potentially another witness available who could address those issues. One of the witnesses is only available this morning. And so we request that both the citing board's examination of the companies on this topic, as well as Ms. Macy's examination of the company on this topic, be conducted first thing this morning, or at least this morning. It actually doesn't have to be first thing, but as early as possible.
Okay, and just to be clear, who is the witness that you were definitely intending to have testify?
Our primary witness on this will be Ann McGinnis, and we have another potential witness as well.
And so
depending on the issues that arise. Again, given that this was just something that was submitted, not even on the record, well, I guess on the record last week, and so it wasn't something that we issued that the company provided any responses in discovery or anything else. So it's a little bit hard to have anticipated this prior to most recently.
I understand. And is Ms. McGinnis the witness that is available only in the morning?
No, she's available. I believe she's available all of today.
Okay, so it's the witness that you might be calling that has limited availability, correct?
Correct. And it just depends, what the citing boards and Ms. Mechi's cross-examination entails.
All right. And Ms. Mechi, do you have any response to that request that we address the registry of deed documents first?
No, that's fine.
Then I will grant that request.
Thank you.
Attorney Cuthan, you're welcome.
There's a suggestion of putting that after general, do the general questions first and then that, but either way is fine.
Well, I think that's a good suggestion. So we will address it this morning. We will address it actually second after the general topic.
Thank you.
Are there any other matters that either of the parties would like to address before we turned to testimony this morning?
The company has one. We request that Ms. Mechi identify who will be testifying, if anybody, on her behalf. She had
Ms. Mechi.
presented. Yeah,
Sorry.
No, just me today.
thank you.
Any other matters for either of the parties? In that case, I will now discuss the purpose and format of the hearing. We have already gathered written testimony from both of the parties. The purpose of today's hearing is to gather additional information to fill gaps that remain. To gather this additional information, the citing division staff and the parties will take turns asking questions of the witnesses. Generally, we will ask questions about one topic at a time before moving on to the next. A stenographer will be transcribing everything we say during this hearing. So that he can understand what we are saying, he needs us to speak slowly and clearly. Also, please allow one speaker to finish before you begin speaking. It is very difficult for the transcriber to transcribe two people talking at once. I may raise my hand as a sign on my video to ask the person currently speaking to stop. Because we are all relying on internet connections or telephones to participate, we may experience technical problems such as sound from speakers, including potential background noise, video and audio issues, and potential delays. Regarding the schedule for today, I'm planning to take a break in a little over an hour at about 10:15 or 10:30, and then to break for lunch at noon, and to have the lunch break last for an hour, and then to resume the hearing this afternoon beginning at 1 o'clock. I'm also planning that we will finish today by 4 o'clock. It may be the case that we finish the entire hearing today. Otherwise, we will resume questioning at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Now it is time to swear the witnesses in. Attorney Cuthan, I would ask you to please introduce your witnesses.
Ms. Blaine, do you want to do that?
Yes, we have Chris Lombardi from Eversource, project manager. Daniel Hagan from Burns and McDonald, project manager.
Could I just ask you to raise your hand as she calls your name? Thank you.
James Clancy from Eversource. Keith Jones from Eversource. John McLaughlin from Eversource. John Zico from Eversource. Nick Forzono from Eversource. Patrick Fitzgerald from Eversource. Michael Howard from Epsilon. Chris Rodstrom from Epsilon. Stephen Dudek from Eversource. Ann McGinnis from Eversource. And we also have two witnesses that we won't swear in. I mean, we will not do direct testimony right now, but they're in reserve. I'll just introduce Michael Babineau from Eversource and Anthony Vayu from Eversource.
Okay, do you have any objection if I swear in those two other witnesses that may not testify?
No.
So I'm going to swear in all the witnesses, and that includes the ones that were just introduced, plus Ms. Maishi. I would ask you all to raise your right hands, please. So the only one whose screen I don't see is James Blaze, but he's not a witness. Is that right?
Actually, he's our reserve witness for Miss McGinnis, so he should probably be sworn in just in case.
Okay. If you're there, please turn on your screen. And if not, I will just, need a reminder to swear him in later. Okay. So do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? And I'm going to call each of you individually. Mr. Lombardi?
I do.
Mr. Hagan?
I do.
Mr. Claver?
Clancy?
Is it Clancy? Sorry, Mr. Clancy? Yep. Mr. Jones?
I do.
Is it Mr. McLaughlin?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Zico?
I do.
Mr. Frazano?
I do.
Mr. Fitzgerald?
I do.
Mr. Howard?
I do.
Mr. Rodstrom?
I do.
Mr. Dudek?
I do.
Ms. McGinnis? Is Ms. McGinnis on?
I do.
Could you say that again?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Babineau
I do.
and Mr. Veilleux.
I do.
All the witnesses have been, oh, and Ms. Maishi.
I do.
All the witnesses have been put under oath. Thank you.
You can, I'm on camera now, sir. You can,
Is this Mr. Blaze?
it is.
Oh, okay. Mr. Blaze, do you affirm as well?
I do.
Thank you. All right, you can, yeah. We'll begin today with questions from the citing division staff to the company's witnesses regarding the first topic, which is going to be general questions. And then once the citing division staff has finished its questions, I will invite Ms. Maishi to ask questions of the company's witnesses about the same topic. I will allow time for company redirect at the end of all of the cross-examination.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to ask if the company had any direct to give before we begin our questioning of the witnesses.
We do. We would like to do some brief direct for each of the witnesses.
So in that case, I will have the company direct questions on the topic of general.
Could we do our direct of all the witnesses we anticipate introducing?
You would like to do all your direct up front, is that right?
Yes.
That's, we suggest. If you prefer otherwise, we certainly can do it however you prefer.
Can you just give me an idea how long you expect that to take?
For all but three of the many witnesses, it's just the perfunctory introduction, very standard Q&A, and then we have a little bit more extensive for two of the witnesses and a tiny bit for one other. It does take a while, unfortunately, just because there are a lot of witnesses.
So let's do the all of the direct.
I think that's Mr. Kelleher. I think that that would be a good thing for the company to do right now. Please.
Yes, I agree. All right. Would the company's attorney please proceed.
Yep, we'll start with Mr. Lombardi. Mr. Lombardi, could you please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record?
Christopher Lombardi, affiliated with Eversource, 247 Station Drive, Westwood, Massachusetts.
And what is your position with Eversource?
I'm a project director.
What is your role on behalf of the Line 112 Extension, Crystal Springs Substation Expansion Project?
Overall project oversight.
And on what topics relating to the company's petition are you prepared to testify today?
Project management related, cost schedule, some general construction, as well as other support as required.
Were the responses to information requests that bear your name on these topics prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to those materials to offer for the record?
I do not.
Do you adopt all materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Hagan, could you please state your name, business affiliation, business address for the record?
I'm Daniel Hagan, employee of Burns and McDonnell. My company address is 108 Legis Road in Wallingford, Connecticut.
And what is your position with Burns and McDonnell?
With Burns and McDonnell, I'm a construction project manager.
What is your role on behalf of the project?
I'm the project manager.
On what topics relating to the company's petition are you prepared to testify?
I have a general knowledge of all topics related to the project and will depend on some subject matter experts for specific details.
Were the responses to information requests that bear your name on these topics prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to these materials to offer for the record?
No.
Do you adopt all materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Clancy, could you please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record? Mr. Clancy?
You appear to be muted, Mr. Clancy. Why don't you move on, Ms. Blaine?
Yep. Mr. Jones, could you state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record?
Sure. I'm Keith L. Jones with Eversource at 247 Station Drive, Westwood, Massachusetts.
And what is your position with Eversource?
I'm principal engineer in distribution system planning.
What is your role on behalf of the project?
I performed or oversaw the group study that identified the need for the project and its alternatives.
On what topics relating to the company's position are you prepared to testify?
I will be testifying on need and alternatives.
Were the responses to information requests that bear your name on these topics prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, they were.
Do you have any changes to those materials to offer for the record?
Yes, I do. I have two changes to the petition. The first change is in the petition at page 18, paragraph 34. It currently reads, 3 of the 4 Marion Fairhaven Group Study substations are served by line 112, Arzine Street Substation, Rochester Substation, and Wing Lane Substation. And the 4th, Crystal Springs Substation, is served by line 114. It should read, in actuality, Rochester and Wing Lane substations are served off of both the 112 and 114 lines. One transformer is tapped off of each line at both substations. The second change to the petition is also at page 18, paragraph 33, and at footnote 7. I would like to update the total number of applicants and megawatts in DER Group 1, taking account the withdrawals from the group. Footnote 7 of the petition should be revised to say subsequent to the department's order in D.P.U. 2247 and the completion of the Marion Fairhaven group study, 6 applicants withdrew from the interconnection queue, and 2 of the remaining applicants downsized their applications for a net reduction of 10 megawatts from the interconnection queue. The total number of applicants remaining after the withdrawals remains at 11 applicants, totaling 38.6 megawatts.
Do you adopt all materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
I do.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Mr. McLaughlin, can you please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record?
Yes, John McLaughlin. I'm a principal planning engineer at Eversource Energy. The address is 247 Station Drive, Westwood, Mass.
And your position with Eversource?
I've been a principal planning engineer.
And what has been your role on behalf of the project?
So I've been a transmission planning engineer for the project.
On what topics relating to the company's petition are you prepared to testify?
The topics of project need and project alternatives.
Were the responses to information requests that bear your name on these topics prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes, they were.
Do you have any changes to those materials to offer for the record?
I do not.
Do you adopt all materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr. Zico, could you please state your name, business affiliation, business address for the record?
Certainly. My name is John M. Zico. I'm employed by Eversource Energy Services Company. My business address is 247 Station Drive, Westwood, Massachusetts, 02090.
And what is your position with Eversource?
I am the Director of Engineering Capital Projects in the Substation and Transmission Line Engineering Organization.
And what has been your role on behalf of the project?
I, as well as others in the company and consultants, have been responsible for the engineering of the project.
On what topics relating to the company's position are you prepared to testify?
Along with others who are potentially on the panel, engineering aspects of the project.
Were the responses to information requests that bear your name on these topics prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, they were.
Do you have any changes to these materials to offer for the record?
No, I do not.
Do you adopt all materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr. Forzono, could you please state your name, business affiliation, and address for the record?
My name is Nicholas Forzano. I work for Eversource, and my business address is 247 Station Drive, Westwood, Massachusetts.
And what is your position with Eversource?
I'm a lead engineer in overhead transmission line engineering.
What has been your role on behalf of the project?
Supervising engineer for overhead transmission line.
On what topics relating to the company's petition are you prepared to testify?
Overhead transmission line engineering and EMF.
Were the responses to information requests that bear your name on these topics prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to those materials to offer for the record?
I do not.
Do you adopt all materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Fitzgerald, could you please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record?
Sure. Patrick James Fitzgerald, engineering manager for Substation. My address is 247 Station Drive, Westwood, Massachusetts.
And what has been your role on behalf of the project?
Supervising engineer for the substation design portion.
On what topics relating to the company's petition are you prepared to testify?
Substation design, noise, and construction methods within the substation.
Were the responses to information requests that bear your name on these topics prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, they were.
Do you have any changes to those materials to offer for the record?
No, I do not.
Do you adopt all materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr. Howard, could you please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record?
Good morning. My name is Michael Howard from Epsilon Associates. Our address is located at 3 Millen Main Place, Suite 250, Maynard, Mass. 01754.
And what is your position with Epsilon?
I am a managing principal with the firm.
What has been your role on behalf of the project?
As a consultant to Eversource, my primary role is environmental licensing and permitting support.
And on what topics relating to the company's petition are you prepared to testify?
Environmental aspects of the petition, including wetlands and rare species topics.
Were the responses to information requests that bear your name on these topics prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, they were.
Do you have any changes to those materials to offer for the record?
No, I do not.
Do you adopt all materials in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Rodstrom, could you please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record?
Yes, good morning. My name is Christopher B. Rodstrom. I work for Epsilon Associates, and my business address is 3 Millen Main Place, Maynard, Massachusetts.
And what is your position with Epsilon?
I am a lead scientist with Epsilon Associates.
What has been your role on behalf of the project?
As a consultant to Eversource, my primary role is licensing and permitting support.
And on what topics relating to the company's petition are you prepared to testify?
Prepared to testify to project alternatives, construction methods, hazardous waste and safety, noise, visual assessments, and land-based resources.
Were the responses to information requests that bear your name on these topics prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, they were.
Do you have any changes to those materials to offer for the record?
No, I do not.
Do you adopt all materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. I'd like to just see if Mr. Clancy's audio is working.
I switched mics. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good.
Thank you. Mr. Clancy, can you state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record?
Yep. Name's James Clancy with Eversource, and my business address is 247 Station Drive in Westwood, Mass.
And what is your position with Eversource?
I'm a specialist in the licensing and permitting department.
What has been your role on behalf of the project?
Managing all aspects of environmental licensing and permitting.
On what topics relating to the company's petition are you prepared to testify?
Any of the environmental related aspects.
Were the responses to information requests that bear your name on these topics prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, they were.
Do you have any changes to those materials to offer for the record?
No, I do not.
Do you adopt all materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr. Dudek, could you please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record?
Good morning, Stephen Dudek. I'm with Eversource and I work out of 247 Station Drive, Westwood, Massachusetts, 02090.
And what is your position with Eversource?
I'm supervisor with project services.
What has been your role on behalf of the project?
My role consists of supervising the outreach team that engages and informs the abutters and the communities about the Line 112 Extension Crystal Springs Substation Expansion Project.
On what topics relating to the company's petition are you prepared to testify?
I'm prepared to discuss the outreach efforts involving this project.
Were the responses to information requests that bear your name on these topics prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to those materials to offer for the record?
Yes, just one change. In the company's response to LM19, we stated the company requests all incompatible species removed from the right-of-way and off easement by October 31st, 2026. 2026 is a typo. In a February 13th, 2025 email to Ms. Mechi, we noted the error and stated if she's interested in relocating the species within the easement, you would need to do so by October 31st, 2025. Any remaining vegetation in the right-of-way that Eversource has determined needs to be removed, will be removed if relocation of the chosen species does not take place by October 31st, 2025. Note that this date corrects the date provided previously in response to LM19. We have provided that email from February 13th marked for identification as EV-9.
Thank you. Mr. Dudek, could you please summarize the company's communications with Ms. Mechi?
Yes, I would say the company has a good working relationship with Ms. Mechi. Starting in the summer of 2023, Ms. Mechi reached out to us via the project hotline. From there, in July of 2023, one of my colleagues met with Ms. Mechi to discuss the project. Throughout there, we either have email, text message, in-person meeting correspondence up even until today. In January of 2024, we had a meeting with the project manager, with project services, veg management, and a landscape designer, which talked about and discussed the proposed structure, vegetation removal, as well as potential mitigation offers or visual mitigation. From there, in February 2024, we did discuss relocating structure number 2. There was the possibility of moving the structure from its proposed location to further back behind the property. And we did confirm that with Ms. Mechi by the end of February 2024. Unfortunately, we did have to walk those comments back and met with Ms. Mechi and her husband in person at the beginning of May, and provided sort of the explanation of due to environmental concerns, costs, project interruptions, that the structure would have to remain in its current proposed place in the front of Ms. Mechi's shed. From there, we've been working with Ms. Mechi to understand and work with them to create a visual mitigation plan. There are species along the right-of-way that we hope to preserve and work with her in moving. So in June 2024, we had the veg management team go out there, identify all the incompatible and compatible species within the right-of-way. From there, we've had a couple of correspondence through text messages and emails. A couple of big correspondence was in September 2024. Within the email, we talked and list out those incompatible species in the right-of-way, discuss visual mitigation, discuss EMF, easement questions, project timeline, and also talked about the public hearing that was at the end of September. In addition, we also followed up at the end of September before the public hearing with just a highlight of the options we considered for relocating structure 2, and again reinforcing why we need to keep structure 2 in the proposed area. From there, we continued the correspondence. I got involved by the beginning of the new year, and we established monthly meetings. The motivation behind the monthly meetings was to ensure that we had open channel of communication and making sure we were all on the same page. So starting on February 2nd, typically the first Wednesday of each month around 2 o'clock, myself and a couple of members of my team will meet with Ms. Mechi and Mr. Mechi to discuss their different aspects of the project. For example, back in February, we talked about wetland delineation, the whole entire project, answer questions about rights and easements, and just trying to identify the schedule and their needs. We did meet in March because there wasn't an updated readily available, and of course we want to honor everyone's time. The last meeting that we did have was at the beginning of this month on April 2nd with Ms. Mechi, where we had Anne from Rights of Survey come. We focused on wetland delineation, an update on the licensing agreement, discuss her surveying questions, and vegetation removal. We do intend to have a meeting with Ms. Mechi on May 7th to focus more on that vegetation removal and identifying those incompatible species and start drafting up a plan to remove those off the right-of-way.
Mr. Dudek, can you provide an update on the status of Ms. Mechi's application for a license for her existing fence?
Yep. On April 11th, I emailed Ms. Mechi providing her an update that Eversource does anticipate a draft conditional licensing agreement for the existing chain link fence. And that licensing agreement will be prepared within the next couple of weeks. The draft license will permit her existing fence to remain, and it's based on current geographical area as well as any consideration with the project as well.
Mr. Dudek, do you adopt all materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony?
Yes.
Thank you. And finally, Ms. McGinnis, could you please state your name, business affiliation, business address for the record?
Yes, Ann McGinnis, Eversource, 247 Station Drive, Westwood, Massachusetts.
What is your position with Eversource?
Specialist in the right-of-way department.
And what has been your role on behalf of the project?
Subject matter expert for right-of-way.
On what topics relating to the company's petition are you prepared to testify?
Right-of-way matters and easements.
Were the responses to information requests that bear your name on these topics prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to those materials to offer for the record?
No.
Do you adopt all materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony?
Yes, I do.
Ms. McGinnis, in response to information request LM-18, the company provided a copy of the easement that was granted to the company by Ms. Machey's predecessor in interest as LM-18-2. The plan was recorded in the Bristol County Registry of Deeds that established the location of the easement. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Are the boundaries of Ms. Machey's property shown on that easement plan?
No, they are not.
Could you please explain why not?
Because her predecessor in interest had not yet divided the larger tract of land, so the easement was created before the land was divided into individual parcels.
I'm wondering if we could have this document shared if we're referring to it.
I can't share a document right now. Kathy?
Is the company done with its direct testimony? At this point, is Ms. McGinnis the last witness?
Yes, she is.
Okay. Then it sounds like we're going to discuss the easements.
Yes, I mean, we wanted to just present her direct testimony, assuming we would go into the easement discussion this morning.
Okay, thank you. Sounds like it'd be good. This is a good fit to go ahead and start discussing it. If there is a document to be shared, Mr. Wong, can you allow the company to share it?
I can do that. Who would like to share a document?
I can try. It's a document that's, in the record that everybody should have, but I can try to share it as well.
Ms. Cuthan, you should be able to share automatically.
Okay, hold on. Am I sharing? Am I sharing?
Yes, Catherine, I can see it.
Why don't you continue your direct, please?
Ms. McGinnis, can you explain how the easement plan shows the location of the easement?
Sure. The easement plan shows the location of the easement based on a concrete monument on the west side of Mendel Road and a call sign, which is shown on the plans as south 68 degrees, 27 feet, 40 inches east, 2622.8 feet.
Do you have a document before you that has been marked for identification as Exhibit EV-10?
Yes, this is an email from Mrs. Maki sent to Mr. Kelleher and others on April 7th.
Are you familiar with the information conveyed in that email?
Yes, I've reviewed the email.
Can you summarize the concerns Ms. Maishi raises in the email?
Yes, Ms. Meachy stated, I've attached images of the plans that Eversource provided to me on 4/2/25. That was our last meeting on site with her. The reason I'm sending these to you is that I found what I feel to be a discrepancy in regard to where my easement lies on my property, the Eversource easement. The Eversource plan shows the southern edge, easement edge, to not be on my southern property line, and all the plans at the Registry of Deeds show the easement edge to be directly on my property line. The 150-foot width of the easement should be measured from that property easement edge.
Ms. McGinnis, can you tell us whether Ms. Meachy is correct that the 150-foot width of the Eversource easement should be measured from her southern property boundary?
No, that is not correct. As I stated earlier, the easement plan recorded in 1965 shows the location of the easement center line relative to the concrete monument on the west side of Mendel Road and the call sign. The easement was created before the property was divided. Therefore, the boundary of the easement was not marked by the boundary of Ms. Meachy's property. Ms. Meachy asks why the Eversource right-of-way survey dated 5/29/24, which is one of the last 3 images shown in her email, shows the Eversource easement approximately 18 feet off the southern property line at Mendel Road, whereas other plans she has provided suggest that it is along the property line. Eversource agrees that the easement boundary does likely run along the Meachy southern property line. The easement on this plan is shown as slightly off the property line because the purpose of that plan was to show the location of the easement in relation to the encroachment or the fence and not to establish property bounds. The property lines are shown on the Eversource plan using a GIS overlay and are not 100% accurate. This plan itself states this approximate property line. This does not change the accuracy of the location of the easement on the survey plan or as staked, which is based on
I'm
the
sorry.
established.
I'm sorry. This does
Sure.
not change the accuracy of the location of the easement on the survey plan or what?
Or as staked,
Thank you.
which is based on established concrete monuments and a call sign.
And what is Ms. Meachy's concern about a drainage easement?
Ms. Meachy provided images of 3 plans, 2 that were recorded at the Registry of Deeds and 1 that was prepared for her closing. These plans show a 20-foot wide drainage easement within the Eversource easement. None of those plans were prepared by Eversource. Eversource was not the grantee of the drainage easement. For these reasons, Eversource's plans do not show the drainage easement. Whether the drainage easement is contained within the Eversource right-of-way easement or not, the presence and location of the drainage easement have no bearing on the location of the Eversource easement.
Thank you, Ms. McGinnis. The witnesses are available for cross-examination.
Ms. McGinnis, I want to just clarify a little bit of your testimony there.
Sure.
Could you first of all point me to the document that shows an apparent discrepancy between the line of the easement and the property line of Ms. Meachy?
You want me to share that document or just point out where it was? It was introduced in Ms. Meachy's email that was sent on 4/7.
And what is, just if you could describe that document, please.
Sure. So in
Like the
relation to
title,
that.
what it
Wait,
is.
wait. I'm sorry. If you could, sure, what?
If you could describe that document, please, in terms of what it is.
It was a, oh, go ahead.
For example, if you could give me the date of the document, the name of the document.
Sure. Bear with me for just 1 second, please.
So I think the documents we're talking about were images in the April 6th email. So would you like us to share that document, Mr. Kelleher?
I think that might be useful for all of us. Yes. And then Ms. McGinnis can be looking at it and describe it.
The
easy,
title of the
Jeff.
document is.
Wait. I'm sorry. What?
I just noted that that's Eversource exhibit EV-10. Are you able to share that, Kathy?
Am I sharing
Yes. I think it's towards the bottom of the email, I believe.
it?
I can state the title of the document and a date if that's helpful.
I'm sorry, you dropped out there. Could you repeat that, please?
I can state the title of the document and the date if that's helpful.
Yes, please.
So it's titled Sketch of Location in the Area of 112 Right of Way.
I'm sorry, forgive me. I don't know if anybody else is having difficulty hearing.
Yes.
Okay, Ms. McGinnis, you're going in and out.
I just audio. Is that any better?
Yes, thank you.
The title is Sketch of
Well, no, it's not.
Location in the Area of Wide Property of Sean and Lauren.
I'm sorry. You're dropping in and out. At least on my end.
On my end as well.
Okay.
Is there anything you can do, Ms. McGinnis, to improve your audio?
Maybe can I just have a second, please?
You're better right now, actually.
Well, but let's see if it goes on, if it's better for 2 sentences.
Ms. McGinnis, if you turn off your camera, it might help. You give that a shot.
Is that helping?
So far it is.
Okay. Let
Thank
me pull
you.
up the plans again. Sure. So the title of the plans are Sketch of Fence Location in the Area of 112 Line Right of Way, property of Sean and Lauren Mashi, 275 Mendel Road, Acushnet, Massachusetts. And the date is 5/29/2024.
And who prepared that sketch?
LRC Group for Eversource Energy.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, please?
LRC Group for Eversource Energy.
And is the document you're referring to on your screen right now?
It's on my screen, yes.
I mean, is it on the screen that's being shared for all of us?
Oh, sorry. Yes, it's the second image on the screen.
In other words, is it the middle image on the screen?
The middle image on the screen, correct.
Ms. Cuthan, could you enlarge that, please? Ms. McGinnis, is the image large enough? Well, to be adequate.
It might be easier if people can, if you know, it was provided both as an exhibit and Ms. Mechi provided, it might be easier to zoom in on your own computer, but I'm zooming as much as I can fit on my screen.
And as it's zoomed in, and if you can just hold it there, is that adequate, Ms. McGinnis? To show the delineation, to show the lines that you were talking about?
Sure. Well, I don't have control of the screen, but the line that we're talking about is the southern property line and then the easement line. And on Mendel, the Mendel Road side, the difference.
Wait. I'm sorry. Can you start that sentence again, please?
On the Mendel Road side, those two lines are approximately 18 feet apart. It's not 18 feet the whole way. It kind of veers up a little bit, but at the largest point, there's an 18-foot gap between the easement line and the southern property line.
I see. So
Which is what?
the
Go
very
ahead.
furthest line on this document is intended to represent what? The furthest south line.
It's the approximate property line.
I see. All right. So the issue here basically is that this particular sketch shows the approximate property line being roughly 18 feet and diminishing feet to the south of the easement line. Is that right?
Correct.
Did you hear my question, Ms. McGinnis?
I said correct.
Okay. And so is Ms. Macy's argument, as you understand it, that the easement should actually line up with the property line? Is that part of her argument, as you understand it?
That is her argument. And what we're stating is that this document was not intended to show accurately those property lines. It was only intended to show the location of the easement in relationship to the fence or the encroachment. The property lines were placed on this document using a GIS overlay, and therefore they're not 100% accurate. But we do agree that the easement boundary does more or less align with that southern property line. It's just not shown that way on this particular document.
I see. And so you're saying that the northern easement line is consistent with how you had how the company had previously represented it to be to Ms. Macy. Is that accurate?
Correct. So the easement is located correctly on this document. It's based on the concrete monument as well as the call sign. And so it doesn't change where we have the easement staked on her property.
Thank you. Does any of the other citing staff have cross-examination questions before I invite Ms. Macy to ask questions? Ms. Macy, do you have any further questions of Ms. McGinnis?
Yes, I do, sir. What is the concrete monument?
So it's marked on the original plans that were recorded on October 18th in 1965, book 71, page 7. And that's the document that established the easement location as required by the original easement document. And it established that location based on several concrete monuments and then the call sign.
Right. So what is the concrete monument?
So the concrete monument is a tangible physical monument that is placed in the field and locates the easement and can be used by surveyors in the future.
Okay, so
that easement.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the end of the question. Can be used by surveyors in the future. What?
To locate the easement.
Thank you.
Okay, so where on this book 71, page 7 map is the concrete monument?
Bear with me while I pull up that particular document. So do you have it in front of you, Lauren?
I do.
Excuse me, is this
It's
the
on the
document that we
first
were
page
just?
on the left-hand side.
Wait. I'm just a moment, Ms. Cuthan.
Is this the document that we were just showing a moment ago, or is it another document that you're referring to?
It's another document.
Has it been, do you know if it's been marked for identification as an exhibit?
Yes, it is.
I believe it's LM-18, paren 2.
Correct.
Ms. Maishi, would you like to continue your questioning?
I didn't hear where the call sign was on that that deed plan.
I'm
Can
just
we
going to
share that
interrupt.
document? Can we
Sorry.
share that?
May I just, yes, please share that document. Thank you.
So it's on the first page. The concrete monument, it says CONCMON. It's at the very start of the easement. And then the call sign is on the center of the easement. It's right to the right side of the line that says Brook. The south 68 degrees 27. Yep.
That's the call sign.
That's the call sign.
Okay. The reason I ask is because in every and mostly every deed that, you know, I followed this property back with every change of hands, it mentions specifically that paper road that you can see there near number 2. And that paper road existed for a long time, and we assumed that because it's mentioned first in our property description, that is where that southern edge of the easement is. Can you confirm or deny that or explain that?
Show the paper road or point out what the paper road that you're referring to.
See number 2 on the shared document there. See that dotted line where the road forks? So that southern edge of the easement is portrayed to be in that exact spot on every plan in the Book of Deeds. So I guess I'm wondering, I mean, you say the easement was created before the land was divided by predecessors, but each time it was divided, it mentions that paper road, Dottie's Mill Road, and that is where
I'm sorry, that paper, I'm sorry, it mentions that paper road, what?
It mentions that paper road as being, you know, where my property is measured from. Like, that's my property line. It's always depicted in that same spot, except for the Eversource. Well, it's even here. I mean, on the one we're looking at, that's the spot that we assumed should be the southern edge of the property. And that's where it's shown on every plan we have from the Book of Deeds. The Registry of Deeds, rather.
Ms. Maishi, could you state what the pending question is right now for the witness?
I'm trying to find words for it. I apologize. I mean, I have my deed. It should be, I'm pretty sure I provided it to you. The original easement deed, it makes no mention of where the easement lies on my property at all. And even this one doesn't. But all the deeds after that, all the plans after that, show that the easement southern border is on my property line. So why would these plans in the Registry of Deeds show something different than what Eversource is explaining as to where my easement is?
So I will allow Eversource, Ms. McGinnis, to answer that question. I think it has been answered, but would you answer, Ms. McGinnis, please?
So, sure, I'll try. So we're not disputing that your southern property line is in alignment with the southern line of our easement. I was just trying to explain why those plans, the previous set of plans that were shown, did not have those two lines aligned.
And the reason for that was that the easement was created before the land was divided by predecessors.
No, because those plans were not meant to establish property lines. They were only meant to show the easement in location to the encroachment or the fence. So those were used using a GIS overlay and were stated were not were approximate property lines.
Okay, I'm sorry. What does the fence have to do with that?
Because the plans that were in question were created to show the fence in relationship to the easement. Those are the plans that have a discrepancy, that don't show the easement line exactly matching the southern property line.
Okay, I still really don't understand. So at what point does a property line become not approximate on a plan?
So if those plans were intended to establish property lines, but that wasn't the purpose of why Eversource created those plans. They were just meant to mark the easement and the fence location. And we're agreeing that your southern property line more or less matches the easement line.
Except for 18 feet.
No. So
No?
so the 18 feet on that plan is because those are approximate. So we're agreeing that the easement location matches your southern property line. They're just shown incorrectly on those plans.
Ms. McGinnis, maybe you could when you say that plan or those plans, can we talk about maybe exhibit number, or which plan you're talking about? We've looked at a couple different plans and we may have some confusion on which plan we're talking about.
Sure. Is that EV10, that middle figure that you were referring to? Correct. The plans dated 5/29/2024. So those are the plans that don't show the easement exactly lining up with the southern property line.
And you're saying that is an error?
It's not an error. It's just that the purpose of those plans wasn't intended to show your property line.
Okay.
There's an approximate property line that was placed on there using a GIS overlay. So it's not meant to be 100% accurate.
Okay.
So, Ms. Maishi, you will have an opportunity to review the transcript, and the testimony might be clearer at that point. What I've understood the testimony to be is that exhibit EV10 is an approximation, and it doesn't accurately reflect the location of the southern boundary of the property line.
Okay.
But you can review the transcript. And I will also say that ultimately, I'm not going to be making a decision on the location of the property line. It is, we will be either approving or denying this project, but it's up to Eversource to confirm that it is building on property that it has rights to build upon. And I'm not going to make any determination about that. That would ultimately be, if a entity had to make a binding decision on that, it would be a court, perhaps the land court, for example.
Okay.
But so I would like to move on to the next topic. But I would invite, are there any further questions, any further redirect that Eversource has on this topic before we move on? Okay, I will assume that means no. And I would invite my colleague, Mr. Riley, to ask some general questions and some questions regarding need.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kelleher. Can everybody hear me fine? Yes. Okay. Great. A couple general questions to get started, to continue, I should say. Have there been any substantive changes to the project since the project filing, since the information requests? And if so, what are the nature of these changes to the project?
Can you hear me?
A little bit, yes.
Okay. How about now? Is that better? Chris
Yes.
Lombardi? Okay. No, there have been no substantial changes to the project since being filed.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Next question. The company states at D.P.U. G4 at 1 that the company states the company has met with the Cushing building inspector and the chair of the select board and mutually agreed to construction hours of 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday.
I'm sorry, I can't understand. You mutually agreed to what?
Mutually agreed to construction hours of 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday and 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. on Saturdays. The company has not met with the town of Mattapoisett to discuss work hours, but plans to meet with town officials in the coming weeks to come to similarly mutually acceptable terms. The question is, what is the status of work scheduling discussions with the town of Mattapoisett? What were the results of these discussions? And if the company has not met with Mattapoisett town officials, what is the timeline for these meetings?
Danny, would you like to take this one, or maybe Stephen, you can provide some input on the outreach with the town?
Yep. Thank you, Chris. It's Daniel Hagan, project manager. At this time, don't believe we have continued our follow-up meetings with the town of Mattapoisett, but do intend to, well in advance of construction start, as we develop more detailed designs and construction plans for both the transmission line and the substation portions of the project.
So that will be in some period of time before construction starts, like, I don't know, a month, 2 months?
That would be, yeah, approximately 2 months before construction start with, due to the duration of the planned construction for this project, just to discuss in detail the kind of sequence and the duration of each portion of that project.
Okay, thanks. Those are my general questions. I don't know if you want to ask if there's.
Yeah, does any other member of the siting division staff wish to ask general questions? Does Ms. Maishi have any general questions that she would like to ask? I couldn't hear you. If you could say that again. Thank you. And does the Eversource have any redirect? Okay. Mr. Riley, if you would move on to the need questions that you have, please.
Okay, sure. I just have one. I believe it was Mr. Jones, and correct me if I'm wrong, had a few changes to the number of applicants and the backlog of interconnection for, I believe, distributed generation. I think it was 11 applicants and 36 megawatts of backlog. And I guess the simple question is, based on these changes, does that in any way affect the project need?
No, it does not. And just a correction on what you just mentioned. So the current group remains at 11 megawatts and 38.6 megawatts, which is in the group study, which is driving the need for the project. Since then, Eversource has completed a round 2 group study, gathering up applicants that were in queue. And this round 2 group study would also be subject to the SIP filing under D.P.U 2247. The round 2 group consists of 7 applicants, totaling 31 megawatts, again, scattered among the 4 bulk distribution substations that comprise the Marion Fairhaven group. Also, there is a queue of applicants behind round 2, which will be treated as a round 3 group study, Marion Fairhaven, and that consists of 4 applicants totaling approximately 20 megawatts, again, consisting of applicants scattered among the 4 distribution substations that comprise the Marion Fairhaven group.
Okay, that's good. There's a lot of numbers, and forgive me for misunderstanding your initial comment. I guess it would be useful if we had a comparison of what you came in with, what the company came in with initial number of applicants and backlogged, interconnection requirements in megawatts compared to what we have now, so that we understand that. I guess that could be a record request to have that comparison. What did the company come in with initially, and where are we now?
Yeah, I would be most comfortable in answering that with a record request because of the magnitudes, the number of applicants, the changes that can occur post group study. It's best that we provide a record request to answer that.
Great. So I believe that would be Mr. Kelleher, record request number 1.
I will call this, record request RR-EV-1.
Great. That is the only need question that I have. Did you have any other questions?
I have one need question, just general. If you could put this in general terms, you mentioned the group study that's driving the need for the project. Would you please state in general terms what the need for the project is?
Sure. So I would like to just go back to the company's petition at page 14, starting at section 4. The project is needed. And I'm just going to recite what's in the petition, and I will expand on the various points. So at 24, the project is needed for the company to 1, maintain a reliable electric system, 2, enable the group study DG facilities to safely interconnect and operate, 3, enable future DG applicants to interconnect, and 4, permit future load growth due to electrification. And as the department is aware, we participated in the provisional group study proposal under D.P.U 2075B. The 3 distribution companies put together straw proposals to come up with methodologies to perform group studies and to put together straw proposals for revenue or rate making treatment for all of the group studies that were filed as SIPs. And as the department is aware, we have a large backlog of distributed generation awaiting interconnection, specifically in southeastern Massachusetts, where the Marion Fairhaven group is, as well as portions of Metro West and the Western Massachusetts area. Previously, these DG interconnection studies were done in queue order, first in, first out, with cost causation. They were handled one at a time and in what I call lunch line order, grouped by substation or substation bus. We would perform one study for each applicant at a time, identify what the constraints were, and then the applicant would pay full freight for upgrading the system so that they could interconnect. In the earlier portion of the decade of 2010 to 2020, when these applicants first came in, this was relatively easy, and these could be accomplished within the 55 business days for a standard application. As the area where all this DG is interconnecting grew more saturated, it just became more difficult. Upgrades necessary to interconnect specific DG applicants became more comprehensive, increasing from just local interconnection upgrades to upgrades of conductors on distribution feeders, running new express distribution feeders, upgrading substation components to allow reverse flow. And then as became even more saturated, specific applicants ran into the cost of upgrading whole substations in order to resolve the issues that their individual interconnection studies identified. This led to applicants pulling out. This led to huge clusters of DG waiting in queue. We've had applicants waiting in queue in many cases until 2018. So under the group study provisional program under 2075, we performed group studies which were submitted as SIP filings, capital investment plans. This one under 2247, which is the Marion Fairhaven group. We identified 4 substations that naturally back each other up under normal or contingency operating conditions, and then performed all the groups, all the interconnection studies for all the groups at one time, and then identified a package of upgrades at all 4 substations, including Wing Lane, Rochester, Crystal Spring, and Arzina Street. Necessary to interconnect all of the DG applicants in the group, as well as enable future DG applicants at these 4 substations and enable future electrification as we were directed under the group study construct. This allowed us to identify the needs at Crystal Spring substation and for the incoming second 115 kV line.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. And in general terms, in addition to upgrading the Crystal Springs substation as part of this project, what other work is proposed? General terms.
Okay, general terms, and I believe this is footnoted in the company's petition. Please allow me a minute, please.
And while you're looking for that, I just want to make one correction. I had misstated the record request number. It should be RR-EV-1.
Understood. Please refer to the company's petition at page 23, footnote 14, where we state that the petition only relates to the substation expansion and new line extension at Crystal Spring. The footnote does state what the other upgrades in the Marion Fairhaven group are. At Arzina Street substation, there are distribution line upgrades, as well as the installation of a series reactor for fault current mitigation.
I'm sorry, as well as installation of what?
A series reactor for fault current mitigation. Item 2, at Rochester substation, an upgrade of existing transformers, switchgear, and the existing addition of a duct bank and getaway cables. At 3, Wing Lane substation, upgrades to the 2 existing substation transformers and the addition of getaway cables. And this also includes that all 4 substations attendant local distribution upgrades to increase enablement on the distribution side.
Okay, so on this particular project, we're focused on the Crystal Springs substation, correct? Not the other substations, right?
That is correct.
Okay, and then we're also focused on a transmission line that connects a tap line that connects to an existing transmission line, correct?
That's correct.
And I have to correct myself one more time because I basically corrected the correction before. Sorry. So the record request is RR-EFSB because we're the one issuing the request -1. My apologies. Are there any other questions regarding need before we move on to, and this is, I'm asking the siting division staff, any other questions before we move to project alternatives? Any questions from Ms. Maishi regarding the need for the project?
No.
All right, then I'm going to move to project alternatives. Please describe it is 10:30. Yeah, so thank you. This would be a good time to take a break. I think we'll take a relatively short break. Let's say we will reconvene at 10:38.
I wonder, I'm sorry, could we make it 10 minutes, please?
Yes, absolutely. So 10:41, we will reconvene. Off the record. All right. We will reconvene. Are all the attorneys present?
We can start. Ms. Blaine will be joining in a moment, but we can start.
Okay. I'm going to move on to project alternatives.
I'm sorry, are we on the record?
On the record.
Thank you.
I will start with cross-examination regarding project alternatives. Would Eversource please describe the company's preferred solution in general terms?
Keith, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. I'll start and then Mr. Hagan could fill in as needed. So the company's preferred alternative in very general terms is to upgrade Crystal Spring substation with a larger transformer, add a second transformer for redundancy within the substation, and then install new metal clad switchgear.
I'm sorry, install new what?
Metal clad switchgear to create additional feeder positions so that additional feeders can be run in the future for enablement of future DG and extension of line 112 for 3 miles from Mendel Road tap to Crystal Spring substation to provide redundancy of transmission supply into Crystal Spring substation. So this now comports with our system planning criteria under SIS Plan 10 in that for a reasonably foreseeable contingency outage of a single transmission line or substation transformer, customers, including both native load and DG, will be restored automatically for an interruption of a line or a transformer. So this is at a high level is the company's preferred alternative.
And so what is the preferred route for this extension line 112?
The preferred route is the existing easement currently occupied by the 114 line lateral from Mendel Road tap to Crystal Spring substation. And as described in the petition, starting on page 25, we looked at a number of alternative routings. Including,
before you go there,
yeah,
I'm just gonna on this preferred route. What is the name of that easement, if it has a name?
Danny, do we have a right of way or easement number? I do not have it.
In the on page 25, the right of way is titled right of way 142 from Mendel Road tap to Crystal Spring substation.
Okay. Would you describe the company's preferred solution in the vicinity of Ms. Macy's property, which is 275 Mendel Road?
Okay, that I would need to defer to the project manager, Mr. Hagan, as well as the right-of-way experts.
Yeah, I'll start with a high level and request some additional detail from our lead engineer on the transmission line team, Nick Forzono. But essentially the preferred alternative that is part of the design submitted places a structure titled structure 2 relatively adjacent to the existing line 114 structure of a similar position.
So are you talking about the structures in general for line 112 or particular structures? Which structures are you referring to?
The question was specifically about in the vicinity of 275 Mendel Road. Is that correct?
Correct. So are you referring right now to what's called structure number 2?
I am.
Okay. And just to give me maybe describe briefly the location, the proposed locations for structures 1, 2, and 3.
Mr.
And
Frozono, would
Mr.
you?
Hagan, sorry, I'm going to ask my colleague, Mr. Riley, to share a map that might allow us to have a visual. And this is EV-1H. And is it the second page of that exhibit?
I think it's the second map page. Yes, the first page is an index page.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Are you, Mr. Riley, are you unmuted? Okay. I'll just say this is the second page of the exhibit, and it's the first map within that exhibit. Okay. So, Mr. Hagan, please proceed regarding structures 1, 2, and 3.
Yes, I was going to ask our transmission line lead engineer, Nicholas Forzono, to provide a little bit more detail on structures 1, 2, and 3.
Sure thing. Structures 1, 2, and 3 on the proposed line 112 extension are all approximately adjacent to the existing line 114 structures. And this continues down the line as well.
And
so
to
provide,
I see some red dots. Do those represent structures?
The red dots represent the proposed structure locations, and specifically on the line 112 side, the individual poles.
Are the structures for line 114 shown on this map as well?
They are shown as the black dots, and those represent the structure center point.
Okay, and then the two red dots that are adjacent to each other, which part of the structure do those represent?
That would be the pole locations specifically.
Okay, so there for each of these structures, there are, well, for structures 2 and structures 3, there are 2 poles for each of those proposed structures. Is that right?
Correct.
Got it. And then I take it for structure 1, there are 4 poles for that structure?
There are 3 poles for structure 1.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And in what ways do you foresee that the proposed solution that includes these structures that you mentioned may impact Ms. Macy's property?
As we've noted and discussed through the several information requests, I believe approximately 1, 2, 3, and 5, PA-1, 2, 3, and 5. We do understand that the structure is within the property of 275 Menlo Road, and there is a visual element to the structure.
Which structure are you referring to right now?
Structure 2, I'm sorry. Okay. Structure 2 is within the front area of the property adjacent to Menlo Road.
And what are the other potential impacts that you're aware of?
There are also impacts to vegetation. However, that is not specific to structure 2 or the location of structure 2. The vegetation impact is due to the line in general, so the conductors which would pass through that area, regardless of the specific structure 2 location, that impacts the vegetation as well.
So this preferred solution will require the removal of vegetation, right?
That is correct.
And you were saying that some other or proposed solutions would also require the removal of vegetation, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And were there other potential impacts that you're aware of besides the presence of the structure in the front yard of the property and the removal of vegetation?
There have been, discussions about the Mechi's preferences to this structure, but other than the impacts to the vegetation in the area in the front yard there and the visual component, that's what I'm aware of.
And was there some mention of magnetic fields as well?
Yes, electric and magnetic fields are a component of the transmission line. Again, not specific to structure 2, but the line in general.
Okay. So with this preferred solution, I want to understand some of the constraints. Refer to company's responses at D.P.U. PA-1. It reads, and this is A at page 1. It reads, the currently proposed conductor span between structures number 1 and number 2 is approximately 440 feet. This span is at the maximum allowable due to the limitations described below. And then at that same document at B though, excuse me, it's same exhibit number, but with B at page 1, it says the currently proposed conductor span between structures number 2 and number 3 is approximately 740 feet. So 440 feet versus 740 feet. What is the reason for the significant discrepancy between the maximum span amounts between structures 1 and 2 on the one hand and structures 2 and 3 on the other?
The limitation for the 740 feet is the blowout of the conductor. So that's the lateral offset of a span under wind conditions. So that's what limits the distance between 2 and 3. And the reason why the span between 1 and 2 are limited to 440 feet is due to the constraints of the structure design for 2. So in order to increase that span length, structure 2 moving into the wetland would have to, it would be a different, substantially different design in order to accommodate such a span length. So rather than a blowout, it's a structural limitation of the design for the 440-foot limitation.
Well, let me understand the blowout. I take it the line might blow back and forth laterally. Is that accurate?
That's correct. So under a given temperature, the conductor will sag, and as the wind blows on that conductor, perpendicular is the design requirement for analysis. The span will blow out. That is correct.
And what are you trying to avoid? It's hitting laterally.
In this particular case, the limiting factor for line 112 is the edge of the easement. But a different consideration or an alternate consideration is any adjacent lines that also exist in the corridor.
So the most, sorry, go ahead.
In this particular case, it's the easement.
I got that. That is the biggest constraint laterally on this line, proposed line 112, right? At least in this between structures 2 and 3.
Correct, for the span, yes.
Yeah. And what do you know what the projected maximum sag of line 112 is between structures 2 and 3?
I don't have the specific number, but typically it's in the range of 10 to 20 feet for just kind of a general magnitude.
And I'm assuming that means the difference between the height of the line at the structure versus the lowest point between the two structures. Is that right?
It's measured at typically at the center point. The actual lowest point of the span can be elsewhere, depending if for example, if structure 2 and 3 are at different heights for the conductor attachment rate, it would not be a level span. In the case of a level span, it would be in the center. Yes.
Okay. In this case, are the heights of structures 2 and 3 the same?
Yes, they're approximately the same.
Okay. And then going back to the span between structures 1 and 2, could you explain it again, why it's limited to 440 feet?
That span is limited because pushing structure 2 further into the wetland would change the structure design from what it currently is a direct embed structure to a taller structure on concrete foundations within the wetlands. So that is the limiting design constraint for the 440 foot.
So if I understand you correctly, I think you're saying that if you move structure number 2 to further to the east, is that right? First of all?
Yes, we've explored a number of options, but in this sense, yes, moving to the east, yep.
Then I think you said that the structure number 2 would have to be taller. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And what's the problem with making it taller, structure number 2?
Making it taller, especially in the wetland area where we typically have high water levels or water table, and typically more organic type material, which is less favorable for a direct embed support. As the height increases, the loads on the foundations or the poles in this case increase beyond what they would be able to support. And this would necessitate changing the structure from the typical direct embed that's used elsewhere on the project. For example, structures 1, 3, 4, and 5 that is common and typical throughout the project would have to be on concrete foundations for structure 2 to accommodate that height increase.
And I thought there was some mention in either the discovery or the initial filings that there were some constraints imposed by the roadway. Would you comment on that?
Yes. So the roadway, from a plan view perspective, there is a certain proximity we need to stay away from the road with the structure, as well as the distribution line that crosses on the east side of Mendel Road. And then there is also a vertical clearance component to that road. So as the structure moves further away from the road, the sag of the conductor, the low point, moves closer to the road, at some point becoming directly over the road. And that's what drives the height increase for structure 2. So being closer to the road with the structure 2, the sag at the point over the road is less than what it would be at the midpoint, for example. So we are able to utilize a shorter structure overall compared to moving the structure east into the wetland.
Okay. And you mentioned the need to have the structure some distance away from the roadway. Do you know what that distance is?
Yes, in this case, it's the distribution line, but we look to maintain space for the access around the structure, such that construction and maintenance equipment are able to access and perform work on the structure. So here it would be approximately 50 feet. We target to maintain the distance, but there's some, as we've noted, there's a range that we can locate the structure. So approximately 50 feet is where we would locate the structure from the road.
Is that what the proposed location for structure 2 is right now, 50 feet from the road?
Approximately. It's a balance between the road, the distribution line, and the edge of the wetland. And as we noted in, go ahead.
I'm sorry, and as we noted, what?
In one of the alternatives, there is some flexibility to to shift structure 2 approximately 30 foot or back. So there's some flexibility in what that distance can be from the road while still falling within the design constraints for the structure.
If I understood you correctly, you were saying that the road imposes a constraint on the location of structure number 2, and the distribution that's parallel to the road also imposes a constraint on structure number 2. Is that right?
Correct.
And I think you said the bigger constraint of the 2 was the distribution line. Is that right?
From a physical location, yes. As far as
physical
where the
location
structure is placed, yes.
Sorry. So what is the approximate distance it has to be? The structure number 2 has to be away from the distribution line.
Approximately 25 foot at a minimum to allow for vehicles to be able to operate around the structure.
Okay, and do you know how far away the distribution line is right now from the edge of the roadway?
I do not have the specific value. It's roughly based on my recollection of the design. It's maybe 5 to 10 feet off the edge. There's also a curve, so it's not quite exact, but approximately 5 to 10 feet.
Okay. The company has explored several alternatives to its proposed solution. Would you briefly describe each of those project alternatives? And if you know the option numbers that Eversource has used in the past, it would be useful if you could include those in your answer.
Sure. I'll refer to the option numbers and specifically are also shown in D.P.U. PA-5 is the response to one of the information requests. So option 1 was noted as shifting structure 2 to the west side of Mendel Road, so across the street. And that would involve the installation of an additional structure onto the line compared to what's proposed. So structure 2 would move to the west side of Mendel Road. A structure 3 would need to be added kind of beyond the fenced area of 275 Mendel Road, the backyard. And then what is proposed as structure 3 would become structure 4, and that would move further east outside of the wetland. And beyond that, all of the structure numbers would increase by 1. So that is option 1.
Great.
Option 2.
Yes, go to option 2.
Option 2 is the approximate 30-foot range to shift the structure kind of between the distribution line and the wetlands or Mendel Road. So that's it's noted that the limit is the distribution line, specifically the distance from structure 2 to the distribution line. Option 3 is proposing to shift structure 2 east beyond the fenced area of 275 Mendel Road. This is very similar to option 1 in that it necessitates the addition of an additional structure. This time, the additional structure would need to go on the west side of Mendel Road. And in essence, it is the same as option 1, except for what you consider the structure numbers to be changing to. But materially, it is the same physical installation as option 1. Option 4 is the shift of structure 2 into the wetland, approximately adjacent to the rear fenced backyard area of 275 Mendel Road. And that involves the height increase and the structure design change for structure 2. And structure 3 would move outside of the wetland, so east of the wetland. Option 5, which I recall we indicated was not feasible, was to shift the structure and line south away from 275 Mendel Road, and that would not be feasible as the line is constrained by the adjacent line 114, specifically the blowout of the line 114 conductor into the proposed line 112 conductor. That is the limiting factor there. So that would not be feasible to shift the line 112 south. Then option 6 is an underground option. This would involve the installation of 2 underground riser structures. So the overhead conductor would terminate on each of these riser structures, and in between the structures, there would be an underground cable duct bank. And what would be structure 2, the first riser numerically, would be west of Mendel Road, closer to structure 1. And what would become structure 3, or would still be structure 3, but a riser, would be east of the wetland. And the underground cable would run between the 2 structures through the wetland. And those are the 6 options that were addressed in the information requests.
Has the company identified any other options besides those 6 options that were addressed already?
No additional options were prepared.
Okay, I'm going to ask my colleague, Mr. Riley, to ask questions regarding this, the option number 4 and the need for the height increase. Mr. Riley?
Well, actually, I was going to ask about the foundation.
Okay, related to the height increase, right?
Right,
I believe,
right.
but yes.
Right. I guess the question is, does the concrete foundation on structure 2 present any additional constraints to placement of structure 2 or movement of structure 2 for the project? How is specifically, how is the concrete foundation, how does the concrete foundation affect structure 2 placement?
The concrete foundation allows us to obtain additional capacity in the foundation. So the majority of the support for this type of transmission line structure is going to be lateral support. So you can think of it as the pole is pushing laterally against the surrounding material in the case of a direct embed structure. There is also some component of uplift where the pole wants to pull out of the ground, or in the opposite, there's a bearing constraint where the pole pushes down on the supporting material. And there are some limitations there as well. So in wetlands, the organic materials typically do not provide as much support for foundations in general compared to upland areas. So as we increase the height of structure 2, even with the same conductors, the height alone creates additional foundation reaction loads. And that's where the limitation comes in, requiring the concrete foundations. And what the concrete foundations allow us to do is come up with a specific solution to support the loads of the structure. Compared to the direct embed poles, those are a standard embedment. They're typically a percentage of the pole plus a set number of feet, and they are all embedded to that same ratio, if you will. And that can't be changed with the direct embed poles. They're a standard, whereas the foundations would be custom designed and installed specifically for that.
So thank you. That's very helpful. So structure number 3 is in a wetland, is that correct? And does that affect the structure?
Structure 3 is in a wetland, as well as a few other structures, but they are all at a height where the foundation reactions are below the limit for what the wetland soils could accommodate.
I see. And structure number 3 isn't pushed any further east past the wetland because the span would be too long between 2 and 3. Is that?
I'm sorry, because the what?
The span between the structures would be too far. Is that correct?
With the proposed location of structure 2, more adjacent to Mendel Road, that is correct. The span length would exceed the maximum allowable to keep both structures out of the wetland.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Forzano, what is the drawback of this design once you put the concrete foundation in the wetland?
There are a number of drawbacks. The first is the change in the design. It requires a more substantial customized structure. So there are some impacts related to that. The other kind of general impacts are we lose some adjacency, if you will, with other existing structures, which requires us to access more locations along the line for both construction and maintenance. So for example, under routine maintenance, including things like inspections, instead of accessing, in the case of line 112, structure 2 and 3, accessing those 2 locations, we would instead have to access 4 locations between those structures. And that would be recurring need. I'm sorry, go ahead.
You mentioned custom design. I assume the drawback for that. What is the drawback to having a custom design?
It's primarily a cost impact, as well as just having different hardware and attachment details for the structure from a kind of a long-term maintenance aspect, just having a slightly different materials that would not be consistent with the rest of the line.
Okay. I have a few questions about some of the alternatives that Eversource considered. First, refer to company's response to DPU-PA-5 at page 3. What is the basis for the $20 million cost estimate for option 6? That's the undergrounding the line between structures 1 and 2, or was it between 1 and 3?
That was between. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Danny.
The basis is kind of a based on historical projects, kind of a dollar per foot estimate of installation of underground transmission duct banks, specifically in a right of way. So the company has kind of thumb rules and historical data to provide, forward-looking order of magnitude estimates that we can use to evaluate.
And to clarify, we were talking about between structures 1 and 3, correct? For the
I guess
undergrounding?
since structure 2 would be essentially deleted in this alternative number 6.
So it might become what's now.
So then Nick, would that be, structures 1 and 2 then would be the 2 riser structures would be the new names, or
it should still be structures 2 and 3.
Okay.
There would need to be structure 2. So structure 1 would still be required. We would not be able to terminate and transition the line underground on structure 1. So we would need an additional structure, so that would still be 2. just beyond structure 1.
Yep. But structure 2, as we know it in the proposed preferred alternative, would not be there anymore. We'd have a new structure 2 that would be the riser structure that would be closer to structure 1 as shown in the sketch.
That's correct.
And so the estimate is based solely on a dollar per linear foot. Is that right?
Correct. And yeah, so that takes into consideration typical costs of those risers, as well as the dollar per foot of duct bank in this specific type of construction, so on right of way.
Do you have any follow-up questions to that, Mr. Riley? Okay. Refer to D.P.U. -PA-5-1, attachment 1 at page 1 of 5. What is the rationale for the requirement of a new structure 3 for option 1? And option 1 is the option of moving structure number 2 over to the west side of Mendel Road.
So the limiting factor for requiring the additional structure is the span lengths. So in order to keep additionally to keep one structure within the wetland, we would not be able to bridge the span from the west side of Mendel Road all the way through. We would need some additional structure to get to what is currently called structure 4. So trying to avoid being confusing with the structure numbers, it would become structure 5, but it would not be possible to span from the west side of Mendel Road all the way to currently proposed structure 4 with just a single structure between.
But in that scenario, what is happening to currently proposed structure number 3?
Structure 3 would move outside of the wetland to the east. And become structure 4. And the new structure would be the new structure 3 within the wetland.
I see. And you already spoke about the limitations on the maximum span having to do with the lateral. What did you call it? The blowout, right?
The blowout, yes.
Okay. Refer to company's response to DPU-PA-5 at 1 to 3. What are the estimated costs of additional design, environmental permitting, outreach, and civil engineering associated with the 6 options?
Danny, I don't know if that's something that, or Mr. Hagan, I don't know if that's something you'd be able to speak to.
Right. I would, if we're going to break it down for each of these 6, I would not be able to provide an answer here. We'd need to dig into specifics for each of the 6 options. But we can also say that each of those would impact the schedule by each component would impact the schedule, both engineering, environmental permitting, and anything having to do with the siting approval from this body, which would also put the project at risk of not meeting the requisite 2247 in service timeline.
I will add my question to you as a record request. It will be RR-EFSB 2. And we're asking for the estimated costs of additional design, environmental permitting, outreach, and civil engineering associated with the 6 options. Next, refer to company's response to DPU-PA-5 at
Could I
1.
just ask for clarification of that record request? So for each of the 5 or 6 alternatives, you want individual estimates of the costs, or do you want sort of a more generalized cost estimate for changing the proposed project?
Could I just
location of structure?
I'm going to mute myself just for a moment, and well, I would just like to confer. Well, I don't know. I actually have to. I'm not going to mute myself. I'll just confer with Mr. Riley if he has an opinion on that.
I think it would be interesting to have the cost estimates for these various options.
Okay, so a cost estimate for each option. Does that clarify it sufficiently?
Thank you.
So refer to company's response to DPU-PA-5 at 1 to 2. Please explain the company's vegetation removal approach for each of the 6 options.
Mr. Hagan, do we have someone from vegetation management that can speak to that?
Yes, so we did have Mr. Babineau. I see you're still on. So I think we'd like to break this down in terms of, the first 5 options keep the same conductor, essentially the same conductor path, correct, Mr. Forzono?
With the exception of 5, but yes.
So I think we'd like to split it essentially as, maintaining the overhead line in essentially the same alignment versus the underground. Mr. Babineau, can you speak to the vegetation management for the line 112 installation for the overhead options? If there's any difference based on the structure location?
Sure. So for those options depicted with the addition of the new overhead line, that line would create what would be known as a wire zone setting, where vegetation within that area that could exceed 15 feet at mature height would be considered incompatible and would be removed as part of the company program specifications. And that would not change.
Can anybody hear me? Frozen.
Mr. Brock, I can hear you.
Okay. The last thing I heard was where vegetation within that area that could exceed 15 feet at mature height would be considered incompatible and would be removed. I didn't get anything after that.
So that's correct, Alan. So it'd be removed regardless of location of structure. That would just be a uniform program specification with the addition of a new overhead line there. So that area of the right-of-way 142 is currently considered a border zone setting, which is managed differently than a wire zone setting. So that right-of-way is currently managed as 2-zone, wire zone, and border zone for the existing.
I'm sorry, so that right-of-way is currently what?
Managed as a 2-zone right-of-way for the existing 114 line. And with the addition of the new 112 line extension, that area of the right-of-way would then be turned into a wire zone setting where we would manage vegetation per that specification.
So, Mr. Babineau, when you refer to a 2-zone right-of-way, I assume you're referring to two different zones within the right-of-way that are treated differently in terms of vegetation management. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
And once line 112 is added, then you will treat the full width of the right-of-way uniformly in terms of vegetation management. Did I understand you correctly?
That is correct.
Okay. I would like to consider option number 2 more closely. That's the option of moving structure number 2 approximately 30 feet to the west, but still on the same side of Mendel Road, still on the Macy's property. Please describe how you determined the maximum distance that structure number 2 could be moved towards Mendel Road and away from the house.
The limiting factor for option 2 is the proximity to the distribution line and road, as well as the wetland. So in order to keep structure 2 out of the wetland with only structure 3 in the wetland, that's the limitation on the east side, and to the west side, the road and distribution crossing is the limiting factor. So there's approximately 30 feet between those two boundary elements where there's some flexibility in where structure 2 could be located.
There's approximately, 30 feet between east and west, between the distribution line constraint and the wetlands constraint, correct?
Correct.
And it looked like that in a map that I saw, and I'm not sure right now which map it was, the proposed structure number 2 moved some to the west. Excuse me, yeah, in this option. This is option number 2. It looked like it moved both to the west and somewhat to the north. Would you first of all confirm whether that's accurate?
So it would not move to the north. That may be a matter of the markups that were made to the PDF, but the center line of the structure would remain the same. So there would be no north-south lateral shift for structure 2.
Okay. So the movement would be parallel to the edge of the easement, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And why did the company in its initial proposal with the preferred solution not initially place the structure farther away from the wetland, farther away from the house, and closer to the road?
In order to provide adjacency to the line 114 structure, as well as the most operating room possible for line workers and maintenance crews that would need to access the structure, just for good practices to promote safety. If there's an opportunity to provide additional working room for personnel, that would typically be preferred where we can do that.
Thank you for that clarification. One option the company has considered to avoid putting structure number 2 in the Macy's front yard is to relocate that structure to the other side of Mendel Road. That's option 1, correct?
Yes.
Describe the property across Mendel Road where the company has considered relocating structure number 2.
So across the road, it's essentially a grassy area. across the street. It's another property owner's property, but otherwise still within the easement.
Do you know who that other property owner is?
I do not. I don't know if Mr. Hagan or someone else from the Eversource team.
Mr. Dudek, do we have any data on that adjacent property owner?
The adjacent, I do not have any data on the property owner across the street. Right, that's who we're talking about.
Correct.
Yep.
Has Eversource made any? Has Eversource had any direct communication with the property owner across the street?
Not to my knowledge.
And do you know the reason that Eversource has not had communication that you're aware of?
From what I'm aware of, typically the only communication that we would have would be just the mailing of the open house. They did not, to my knowledge, attended the open house. We do if they're surveying around. We do provide notice, but not have received any correspondence from them. So we do have like an abutters list, mailings list along the 3.1 mile of the right of way, and notified individuals of the open house that happened in April of 2024. But this individual has not attended or reached out to the company.
Ms. Maishi, do you have a question?
I do. I'm sorry, sir. I don't know if I should ask to speak when I have things to comment, or if I should just wait till it's my turn to question.
Well, that's a fair question. I will let you ask a question right now.
Okay.
Because but I'll probably keep asking most of the questions, but yes, please ask a question.
Okay. Well, no, I wanted to speak about the reason that the people across the street hadn't been notified. When I initially asked Eversource if they would consider putting structure 2 across the street, which is in an empty, wide open field, I was told that that property owner would need to give permission to that change. And I said, well, that's weird. They get to choose, but we don't. But anyway, the house was vacant at that time. And I did tell Eversource that. Now there's new property owners there. And I don't think that they know that this is coming at all.
And just, do you know when the new property owners arrived?
I think they moved in maybe 2.5 months ago, maybe 2 months. Not very long.
All right. All right. Thank you. And and this is a question back to Eversource. Did any of the notices that were provided to the property owner on the other side of Mendel Road indicate that property was being considered for a location for a structure?
No, it did not. It just indicated the open house to discuss the project at length. That open house was either at Mattapoisett Firehouse, which I believe was April 11th. We also had a virtual open house and then another open house April 18th at the Acushnet Legion as well.
And those were both. Sorry, go ahead.
Yep, we would have subject matter experts that discussed the proposed petition and plan for the project.
And were those both April of 2024?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so there is a residence, correct, on the property across the road? Is that right?
Yes.
Yes, so I believe it's 284 Mendel Road.
Do you know how far the proposed structure with this option number 1, how far the proposed structure would be from the existing residence?
So I would defer that to either Mr. Hagan or Mr. Ferrazano if they know.
We don't have an exact number. Only what we can see from the alternatives map at this time.
And did you say you don't have an exact number? Do you have an approximate number based on your view of the alternatives map?
I believe that the structure that is moving, or that is approximately at the right-of-way boundary, is not an actual dwelling, but a barn or some sort of other building. So the house, which is south of the right-of-way boundary, appears to be approximately 125 feet or so.
And are there any visual obstructions between the house and the proposed location for the proposed structure number 2 under option number 1?
I don't know off the top of my head. There is the existing 114 line passes in that space as well.
Is Eversource aware of any vegetation on 284 Mendel Road that would have to be removed if structure number 2 was placed on that property?
In our wetland, or in our permit mapping, we do show some limited vegetation to be removed on the edge of the right of way. Again, that is based on the right of way going from a 2-zone managed right of way to a single zone, where the 112 line would cause the northern side of the right of way to be in the wire zone now. We would have to analyze further if there's any additional items that would need to be cleared in order to fit the structure specifically.
And did you specify where in the right-of-way zone there is existing vegetation that would have to be removed from the 284 Mendel property?
It is on it's on the northern edge of the right-of-way in the alternatives map, and in the permit mapping submitted with the filing. You can see 2 bunches of kind of a dotted white and black cropped area just to the north of this proposed option 1 structure 2.
And would that vegetation have to be removed regardless of whether structure number 2 is placed on that property, 284 Mendel Road?
Correct. All the vegetation that we have shown for removal is based on the wire zone.
And is it correct that you don't show vegetation that has to be removed on the southern half of the right-of-way on the 284 Mendel Road property?
Mr. Babineau can correct me if I'm wrong here, but since the southern side of the right-of-way 142 is already within the wire zone of the 114 line, that is managed as such and does not need additional vegetation management as a result of the 112 installation.
That's correct.
Ask a quick question.
Mr. Raleigh, please.
Yeah, just to follow up, vegetation management within the wire zone on either side of Mendel Road would allow for the continued existence of vegetation less than 15 feet. Is that correct, or are you talking about all vegetation removal?
So it would be all vegetation that can exceed 15 feet at maturity by species would be considered incompatible and would be removed throughout the entirety of the right-of-way with the installation of the new 112 line extension.
Right. So if
There
you're
may be
talking
additional
about
vegetation that has to be.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry. With the installation of the new 112 line extension, then
There may be additional vegetation that might have to be removed as part of, construction or other things for access. But as part of maintenance, it's for the line 112 extension and in future maintenance, that's what the specification would be, 15
Right.
feet at maturity by species.
Okay, so if it's less than 15 feet at maturity by species, that vegetation can be allowed in the right of way. Is that correct?
In typical settings, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Besides visual impacts and span length constraints, are there any engineering or other reasons that structure number 2 could not be put in the field west of Mendel Road?
As far as engineering wise, no, it however would just necessitate the additional structure.
Refer to the company's response at DPU-PA-2 at 1A. The company states moving structure number 2 west of Mendel Road would place the relocated structure in the company's easement on the maintained lawn in the front yard of that residential property. Therefore, in addition to adding another structure to the right-of-way, this option would transfer the visual impact concerns of the property owner at 275 Mendel Road to the property owner across the street. The two properties are different, have distinct characteristics, correct?
I can answer that. Yes.
I mean, for example, they're different sizes, right?
Yep.
And it sounds like the structures would be different distances from the respective residences, correct?
Yes.
And different distances from driveways. Is that right?
That is correct.
And after vegetation mitigation, or excuse me, vegetation removal takes place, the properties would have different amounts of vegetation between the residences and the structure. Is that correct as well?
I would say that is correct, but without talking to the owners of 284 Mendel Road and knowing sort of what their needs and wishes are, I can't fully guarantee what if the impact would be the same or vastly different.
And why does this company state that the visual impacts on the west side of the road are comparable to those on the east side of Mendel Road?
I will defer it to Mr. Hagan, Mr. Ferranzo, and then if needed, I can chime in after.
Yeah, I think what we were getting at is as we've been discussing, the vegetation management portion is a function of where the conductors are. And although we have stated that we would have to, keep a clear area around the final structure location for continued maintenance and management of the line and the structures, the majority of the vegetation impact doesn't really depend on where we put the structure. As long as there's an overhead line in the right of way, it requires that we're going to manage the right of way as was stated by our vegetation management team. So the impact of relocating structure 2 to the west, we would still have all the vegetation management with with the exception of the zone around the structure itself. Everything else remains the same in terms of what vegetation needs to be removed. So that's what we're getting at there.
But I think there was a representation, and I just want to give the company an opportunity to respond to this in case they have a response. I thought there was a representation that the visual impacts, that the problems that the structure number 2 on the Macy's property would impose upon that property are comparable to the problems that would be imposed upon the landowner across the street if structure number 2 was moved across the street. And I'm wondering if the company has what basis the company has to make that comparison.
I think maybe perhaps one way to look at it from the perspective of structure locations, with the proposed location of structure 2 on the east side of Mendel Road, you have one location where the structures for both lines are located, and moving structure 2 to the west side, you now have a structure location on the other side of the road, and the structure for line 114 still remains on the east side of the road. So I think that's a substantial difference as well. Not only do you have structures on multiple properties, there's now 2 structures in 2 different locations that may be visible from both properties.
Does any of the siting division staff have questions about that topic before I move to mitigation?
I have one question.
Go ahead, Tim.
Yeah, I guess you had discussed already a little bit that outreach on the west side to the property, 284 on the west side of Mendel Road, really hadn't happened. I guess the question is, what is the rationale for not contacting that landowner at that time?
So just for clarification, we did send them notices of the open house where we discuss the project at length. We have the subject matter experts here that are on this call in attendance that discuss the project and answer questions. So we did notify them about the open house to discuss the project and the impact of their proposed project plan.
And that's just to clarify, that is the extent of the interaction up to this point with the owners of 284 Mendel. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct. And that is the interaction with most abutters along this right of way and Crystal Springs substation.
Sure. Thank you.
Any other siting division staff have questions?
I have one follow-up question, please. And I'm going to go back just a little bit. We were talking about, I believe it was option number 4, and that option included the addition of a concrete foundation because in that option, the structure moves over into the wetlands. And we had some discussion about the drawbacks of the concrete foundation. And my understanding that the company identified 2 drawbacks. First was a change in design. And secondly, there was a a maintenance access concern that was expressed. And I do not remember which witness discussed this. Could you tell me?
I believe that was myself.
Thank you, Mr. Frozo. What I wanted to know as a follow-up on that second concern, which is maintenance access, typically, how often does the company need to access its lines in this area on an annual basis for maintenance?
So from an annual basis perspective, that's typically limited to inspections. So there will be typically ground-based inspections that occur for each of the lines, and that will be the most frequent.
And how often a year do you do that ground-based inspection? Typically,
Approximately once a year.
okay, thank you.
Thank you. What mitigation for vegetation removal for the structure 2, options 1 through 4, has the company considered?
Sorry, could you provide more detail on the specific question? Are you talking visual mitigation?
Well, so the question pertains to vegetation removal, and perhaps the most significant aspect of that is the visual, but I wouldn't limit it to the visual. Any ramifications from vegetation removal?
I'll let I don't want to testify, I'll let the witnesses, but I'm a little confused as well. Are you asking about mitigation for options that the company isn't proposing? It seems, and I'm not sure that the company has considered mitigation for things that aren't part of the project.
Well, let me ask, has the company considered mitigation for options 1 through 4? For related to vegetation removal?
I guess I still don't fully understand the question. The vegetation removal should be, essentially the same as the proposed preferred alternative. But in terms of mitigations, I don't know if you're referring to, any impact to the wetland as a result of removal of the proposed incompatible species, or any other use of the term mitigation.
Can I ask a couple questions?
Mr. Riley.
Okay, great. Well, I guess let's just take the preferred alternative for a second. Structure 3 is in a wetland. Structure 2 is real close to a wetland. What mitigation, you're within the buffers, you're either actually in the wetland or in the buffer zone. So there, it begs the question, and perhaps the conservation commissions will ask this too for I guess, a Acushnet. And there will be some probably for the Mattapoisett Conservation Commission, but what mitigation do you anticipate for those structures either in the wetlands and the buffer zones? That's one question. And two, what visual mitigation would you anticipate, especially for this structure 2 and the homeowner next to structure 2? So there's a couple of mitigation questions there, 1 wetland and 2 visual. And do you have any idea at this point?
Yes. So thank you for clarifying, and sorry for the confusion. I think for the first part, so we'll break this up into the wetlands. I'd like to have our environmental specialist for the project, Mr. James Clancy, get into the details of mitigations for the permanent wetland impact, and maybe also some discussions of how we will minimize the temporary impact as a result of construction.
Yeah, so for the structures that are directly within the wetland, we've proposed wetland replication plantings to cover at least 1-to-1, more likely more than a 1-to-1 ratio on replantings. Those will be presented to, both municipal conservation commissions. We're working on that plan currently. going into the permitting phase. It was presented in a general sense through the MEPA process, which we've finished recently. We've obtained our final environmental impact report certification from the secretary. And then for buffer zone impact, the actual impact will be limited in a permanent sense to just where the structures are located, which would be a de minimis impact to the buffer zone. And then as far as construction access, anywhere that's within a wetland, specifically would be temporary wetland matting. The swamp mats, that also holds true for areas of mapped habitat for NHESP, the Natural Heritage Endangered Species Program. And then upland areas after construction, after access, are going to be left in a state where access is permittable to each of the structures for maintenance and operations, but limited to only that which is needed.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Mr. Riley. I didn't mean to interrupt.
That's all right. I guess that, and there will be management. There will be vegetation management during the period of time that these structures, from going forward, there will be vegetation management. Are there issues with wetland impacts during vegetation management?
The access would be the same in wetland areas. We use swamp matting to access areas for temporary use for veg management. I'd let Mr. Babineau, correct me if that's incorrect.
Yeah, there are no perceived permanent impacts for future vegetation maintenance work along this right of way after the project's concluded.
Okay. And visual. What about visual mitigation, especially for the homeowner that's right next to structure 2?
Yep. So for visual mitigation specific to structure 2, I'd like to ask Mr. Steve Dudek to provide some details of what has been discussed with the Machis.
Yep. So we've had many discussions and will continue to have many discussions with Mr. and Mrs. Machi. Starting back in June 12th of 2024, we did have veg management go out there and identify both the incompatible and compatible species. We have discussed with the Machis, they're hoping to move some of the incompatible species out of the right-of-way and onto different parts of their property. Also, we did have a landscape designer all the way back, I believe in January 2024, go out there and sort of start talking about the visual mitigation plan. Ultimately, it is best to sort of view the landscape after the trees are removed. We would invite that landscape designer to come back and work with the Machis to define and create a robust visual mitigation plan that works with them and fits the needs of their interest, especially since we do have limitations being there and on the right of way, especially as Mr. Babineau mentioned, we need to make sure that no adult trees exceed the maturity height
Maybe
of
break for
15
lunch
feet.
before we get into this whole thing.
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
So what was the last?
We need to make sure that no adult trees exceed the
maximum height of 15 feet. And so.
Thank you.
I may have a couple questions about this after lunch, but I would like to break now and after I ask, if I do, or my siting division staff asks any additional questions, then we will allow Ms. Machi at that point to ask additional cross-examination regarding this topic, which is project alternatives, just so that people know. We will resume. Do we think an hour is enough to break? We'll resume in an hour, so that'll be 1:02. Anything that needs to be discussed before we break? All right, we will go off the record. See you in an hour.
More questions and questions by Lauren. Oh, you're not on mute.
Someone's on mute on the Zoom. Chris Rodstrom.
You'll likely have an opportunity.
No, not fixed.
Hello, welcome back. We'll give a minute for people to put themselves back on the screen. Make sure we have the necessary people in attendance. I wasn't. Okay, there we go. All right, so it looks like we have counsel for Eversource and the intervener present. So, and do we have the stenographer?
We do indeed.
Oh, there you are. Hiding now in the second row.
Not my doing.
May we go back on the record, please? I would like to start with a few questions regarding the mitigation, and this might overlap some with where we ended right before lunch. What mitigation measures have, and I'm really talking about mitigation measures as they directly impact the Macy's and their residents. What mitigation measures have the company and the intervener discussed?
So I can take this one, and Dan, feel free to add in. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Cool. Yep. So before lunch, as I mentioned, we've had many conversations about this with Mr. and Mrs. Machi, starting all the way back in January of 2024. At that meeting, there was a new project manager, different project services, but we also had veg management and land and a landscape designer there. So there's a couple of aspects to visual mitigation. First is the incompatible and compatible species. The incompatible species were flagged and notified to the property owner, both in a in-person meeting on June 12th, 2024, as well as a follow-up email on September 6th, 2024. With that, we've had discussions of the property owner wanting to remove some of those incompatible species and putting them on different areas and sides of their of their property, so they can still maintain that vegetation, but it won't interfere with our lines. So that's sort of what would happen before any vegetation removal. After vegetation removal, then we would create a landscape design. We have not created a landscape design just yet. Typical procedures is to have it operate after we remove the trees so we can see the actual landscape, pinpoint and discuss what's going on. We did at the beginning, back as I referenced, that January, I believe 17th, 2024 meeting, did have a landscape designer there to provide some ideas. We would invite him back to be able to work with the Machis to create a design that works for them, right? We discussed trying to maintain that privacy that the Machis have built with their current vegetation, and also explore ways that we can try to keep potential compatible vegetation within the right-of-way. For example, at our next monthly meeting, and potentially on May 7th, my goal is to hopefully have veg management and the project manager or construction rep to see if we can maintain or work
I'm sorry, the
around
project manager, what?
well, project manager, excuse me, or construction representative.
Yes.
Okay. Attend that meeting to discuss if we can preserve any compatible species around the proposed structure 2 and the proposed work pad.
All right, so let me just summarize. Or were you finished there, Mr. Dudek?
Yep. Yes.
You've discussed the possibility of having certain incompatible species removed and relocated prior to your doing vegetation removal, correct?
Yes.
And then you've discussed having a landscape designer come in and come up with a landscape plan after the vegetation has been removed as part of the project. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And what was discussed in terms of making that, well, and were there other big categories that I didn't mention right there?
No, that's pretty much it.
Okay. What steps were there any agreements that were reached between Eversource and the Macy's regarding the removal and relocation of incompatible species well, we'll just say that on the property?
So no signed agreements just yet. But there is an understanding that the Macy's would hire a contractor and we would compensate that contractor after we approve the contractor's plans for the removal of incompatible species. And then in regards to the visible mitigation with the landscape designer, we would create that plan, provide that plan to the Macy's. The Macy's would then give that plan to the contractor, and then we would cover compensation for the visual mitigation.
All right, so let me just go one step at a time. In terms of the removal of the existing plants and replanting of those, it's up to the Macy's to hire a contractor, correct?
Yes.
And they would provide some type of estimates to Eversource about what the work they propose to do?
Yep, and obtain the permitting that's required, which I believe they have done.
Okay, and then once they provide you with estimates and the proposal, then Eversource agrees to review that and either, to say the extent to which it agrees to pay for that work. Is that accurate?
Yep. So we would provide a written agreement and then go through the funding process to provide a check to the Macy's.
Okay, and then in terms of the landscape plan, the landscape designer is somebody that Eversource would hire. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay. And then and that would happen after the vegetation had been removed, right?
Yeah, most likely we do like to have that happen. We can have them come before, but typically we do it right after vegetation is removed because then we actually see what we're working with and not playing this hypothetical game.
Okay. And in terms of the timing of that first step of arranging for a contractor to do the removal and replanting work, are there any time constraints on that when that needs to happen?
Yep. So as mentioned in LM19, as well as an email to Ms. Mechi on February 13th, we did provide the date or the deadline of October 31st, 2025.
Okay. So anytime between now and then, is that right?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. And okay. Does any of the siting staff have any additional questions regarding mitigation? All right, Ms. Mechi, I'd like to invite you to ask questions that you may have regarding the project alternatives in general, or the mitigation plans.
Thank you. I appreciate everything that Eversource is doing. They're being a really great neighbor, and I do appreciate that. But we didn't build this. We bought this property looking this way. The landscaping was one of the reasons why we did purchase it. And unfortunately, the property was grossly misrepresented by the previous owner. We didn't know that the easement came this close, even though we asked. And we feel as though Eversource further misrepresented the property by joining their guardrail to our existing fence that sort of made what we thought to be the border between us and them. As far as vegetation removal, I understand we can replant with compatible species, but why have us destroy what's there? Why can't we just top what's there at 15 feet? We had even offered to sign papers to say that we would be responsible to maintain that height. Or, I mean, Eversource comes through every so often, and they have all the tools and whatnot to maintain their right of way. It just doesn't make sense to me to literally rip out everything just to replant.
So let's give them a chance to
Okay.
answer that question.
Thank you.
So I can answer that. So as a regulated utility company, Eversource has the sole responsibility of managing our right-of-ways free of vegetation encroachment for the short and long term safety and reliability of that right-of-way corridor. So we do that through a uniform vegetation management program that's based in industry best practices that are supported by the International Society of Arboriculture, the American National Safety Institute, the Utility Arborists Association, and others that establish that the utility's job and our responsibility is to manage vegetation to ensure the safety and reliability of those rights of way. So making exceptions to that program by allowing topping or self-maintenance is not something the company allows. And that's micromanagement, and it's not something that we do. So vegetation's either compatible or incompatible based on location. If it's in the wire zone, border zone, based on mature height by species, and that's how we manage appropriately. So entering into self-maintenance agreements with any individual property owner is not something that's available.
Ms. Maishi, do you have additional questions?
No, I guess not. As far as the visual impacts between us and the property owner across the street at 284 Mendel Road, so we're losing about, I don't know, I think it's 300 feet, probably. I think it's between 35 to 45 mature trees and shrubs. There's also additional plantings in the front yard that have to be removed because of the location of the work pad, the pad around structure 2. The property across the street is literally a grass pad right now. There's nothing to remove over there. There honestly is not. And when Stephen said earlier that they'd need to ask that owner's permission, or rather ask them how they felt about the impacts to their needs, why are they more important than us when we have so much more to lose?
Steve, I don't know if you want to restate, what was said earlier, and we fully understand the area where the goat farm is
Oh, I
pretty
don't know
much
if you can
open.
hear me, but I just froze. Oops.
We can't.
Sorry.
I can't hear you.
I don't know if you want to restate what was said earlier. We fully understand.
The area across the street, 284 Mendel, is open. And so the first thing is that a lot of the removals that we have to have done would still be needed to be cleared if the structure is across the street. Is one of the key things that we wanted to get across in the alternatives analysis and in this testimony. So with that, I'll pass it over to Steve for if you wanted to make any additional statements about what was said before the lunch break.
Yep. So I'll add to that. So as we talked many times, Ms. Maishi, we know that I did not say that we would have to ask that property owner for permission, since it's within the easement, similar to the discussion we had, that we do not have to ask the properties owner because the structure would be placed in Eversource's easement. I can give it to Anne that can elaborate more about that process and those rights if needed, if Anne is on the call.
Just to confirm that Eversource does have easement rights over the property at 284 Mendel Road as well. So it's not the company's position that they would need to seek additional rights to place a structure on that property, as we do already have those.
Thank you.
Any additional questions, Ms. Maishi?
I guess just a comment, although I know that the vegetation here would still be greatly affected, we wouldn't have a pole in our front yard. I do have another option, alternative rather, and I don't know if I should bring it up now or if it will be mentioned later, that a few weeks ago, my husband and I inquired about the possibility of relocating the existing pole that's on line 114, the one that's in our southwest corner of the property, that existing pole. Is there a possibility, or is it feasible to move that structure closer to the southern edge of our property line? Therefore, we'd be able to move structure 2 closer towards it, and pushing structure 2 out of our front yard, and maybe being able to gain at least 20 feet or so to save our trees and bushes, and most importantly, push the lines farther away from my kids' bedrooms.
I can address that. So there is no additional room to move line 114 to the south. It's constrained by the easement edge. So that just can't happen with the blowout in the edge of the easement and line 112. Additional rights would be required. And I think we addressed that in one of the information request responses. The impact to rights in order to do something like that.
I'm sorry, one of the information request responses, what?
The impacts to implement something like that. D.P.U-PA-5 005, option 5.
And to add to that, thanks, Nick. There was an additional information request, D.P.U PA9. Which asks essentially this question: what is the feasibility of moving the existing line 114 laterally away from the house at 275 Mendel Road, so that the line 112 can also be moved farther away from the house? So that is documented there, but in general, as Nick said, we would have to obtain additional easement rights from a number of neighboring properties, in addition to the cost of reconstruction of the 114 line. So we go into the details on that one.
I'm not talking about the entire line, just that pole. So I know your lines run parallel, but what if when they came by my property, they sort of shifted southerly and then went back on their course, just to allow us, a little more space? It was mentioned constrained by the easement edge. Anne had mentioned earlier that there's 18 feet or so on the other side in between the easement and my property line. I'll gladly give it to you to put your pole there if it will help us out any.
Even moving the individual structure would still have similar impacts, and there's no essentially guarantee that only moving one structure would be possible. It would likely involve structures ahead and back of that line 114 structure. As far as the easement edge goes, there's really no additional room in there without expanding that onto additional properties. I think this goes a little bit back towards the way the property line was shown from the GIS boundaries, and how that easement edge matches up more or less with the southern bound of your property line. And I'll let Ann or Danny weigh in if needed.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask if Ann could clarify that statement from earlier. I thought that the 18 feet was an apparent difference between the south property line and the right of way, and that in actuality, it's likely lined up. Is that correct, Ann?
That's accurate, Danny.
Thank you. So, and it is expected that the right of way boundary and the 275 Mendel South property boundary are essentially in line. So we would have to obtain rights from the adjacent property to the south of the 275 Mendel property, and likely many others in the line. As Nick said, or we would likely not be able to relocate just a single structure.
Okay, let me just ask one question, if that's okay, Ms. Maishi, following up on what you asked. Mr. Frazano, you mentioned that it might not be possible to move only one structure further to the south if you were going to move a structure to the south. Would you explain why you might also have to move the adjacent structures to the south if you were to move that one structure?
Sure. So with
and just sorry, just to be clear, I'm talking about line 114. Go ahead.
Sure, absolutely. So with general line construction, there are a number of different structure types. One of the more common ones is referred to as a tangent structure, and essentially what that means is designed for no or little line angle. So it's essentially the conductor passes through straight without turning a meaningful amount to the next structure. So by shifting just one structure, and this particular line 114 structure is a tangent structure, by shifting that, it introduces an angle onto the structure. So even going down that path where, say, it was converted to a structure that can accommodate the angle, now the next structure down the line that is also a tangent, it still has an angle imposed upon it. So it essentially kind of cascades down until you get to a point where you can work that angle out of the line. So a change to one structure can often cascade down to one or more structures in a transmission line.
What is the maximum angle that this design technique can accommodate?
Typically, our current tangents are about 0 to 2 degree angles is the basic design parameter.
And then if I could, Ms. Maishi, invite Mr. Riley to ask. You're set? Okay. Back to you, Ms. Maishi, if you have any questions.
I guess I still question why we were initially told by Eversource at like our first or second meeting over a year ago that structure 2 could be moved to the back of the property. And I don't know why tell us that could be done, kind of get our hopes up about things. And because we thought we had a deal. And it's awfully disappointing to find out that isn't really an option. And why were we told that it was?
So having not been at that meeting, but I understand what the general notes from the meeting were. We did have some preliminary engineering that had been done that only really looked at certain aspects of the position or the location of lines. And it wasn't, so it was at that time there was an opportunity that we saw where we could theoretically relocate the line, but as we got into more detailed information on those alternatives, as you can see in the alternatives outlined in PA5, they all have significant additional drawbacks that make them less feasible than what would have been indicated with the initial data that was on hand at the time of that meeting.
Is that your complete answer, Eversource?
I'll open that up for Chris Lombardi or for Nick Forzono for any additional detail or correction.
It's a balance of of minimizing impacts from a bunch of perspectives. It's whether it's typical maintenance, typical engineering, environmental impacts, cost impacts, all of which Eversource, as a regulated utility, has the responsibility to minimize those impacts to the extent practicable in proposed projects.
Ms. Macy, any additional questions?
No.
I would like to turn this over to Mr. Riley to ask a series of questions about conductor alternatives.
Thanks, Mr. Kelleher. Yeah, the next series of questions are addressing the conductor used and selected and rationale, just as so you can decide who would be answering that question, that set of questions. First question: what standard or standards apply to the selection of overhead conductor for the proposed project, such as IEEE 1863 for overhead conductor or similar?
I can address those. So there are a number of factors that go into conductor selection, and I don't know that it boils down to a particular standard in that sense. A lot of what drives the conductor selection in a project like this, it's largely, for this particular case, not ratings related. That can be a driver, but here it's more about the properties of the conductor, achieving the blowout results that are required to fit the line within the right of way. So different conductor sizes and tensions can produce different blowout values. So while the size of the conductor in this case may not be needed from a ratings perspective, there are other physical properties when combined with the selected design tension that produce the physical performance that we need to install the line. So that is the primary driver in this case, the combination of the sag, the blowout, and making sure that the conductor ultimately stays within the easement for which we have room.
So, okay, so just to follow up, you're saying that the drivers are the sag and the blowout. And do you have what the excuse me, what the actual limits are for that? So that, for blowout, so many feet horizontally, for sag, so many feet vertically, and anything like that as design criteria?
Sure, absolutely. So both of those in this case are dictated by the 220 CMR 125, which I'll refer to as the D.P.U code. That's specific to Massachusetts. So for clearance to ground, that would specifically be kind of regular old ground. There's a few different classifications of ground. Would be 23 feet. And for blowout, we essentially assume that somebody builds on the edge of the easement, where we don't necessarily have rights to prevent such construction. So we assume an 11-foot clearance for this voltage of line. So if somebody were to build a building right on the edge of the right of way, we would still meet the blowout clearance requirements for the line. And I will clarify that.
Okay. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to clarify quickly that the 23 feet is also for 115 kV, which is the operating voltage of this line.
Okay, great. And when you say the blowout has that the design criterion is a 11-foot clearance, is that 11 feet horizontally between the line in question that you're designing and I guess it would be line 114? Is that what the clearance is, or the edge of the row, or both, or what is it in relation to the 11-foot horizontal blowout clearance?
So the 11 feet specifically would be to the edge of the easement. There are different clearances when you're looking at the clearance between adjacent lines, and that will vary based on voltage. But essentially, that clearance by the code assumes that one circuit or line, the conductors are not moving due to the wind, and the one you're evaluating, the conductors are moving towards the wind. So we do evaluate both in this case. There's the blowout of the proposed line 112 to the edge of the easement, blowout to the adjacent line 114, and then there's also the blowout of existing line 114 into the proposed line 112, all of which are evaluated by similar 220 CMR 125 requirements.
Okay. So how does that work as far I'm with you on the easement, I'm with you on to the other line is 114, assuming, sort of a stationary positioning. But when you say line 114 also affected by blowout, I mean, wouldn't they, if the wind's blowing, wouldn't they both go the same way kind of thing? Or does it not work that way? I'm not an electrical engineer, so, I'm just, please,
Sure.
educate me.
No problem. So in reality, when the wind blows, yes, it does impact everything that's out there, presumably. It's more a requirement of the code that you hold one set of conductors at a standstill while the other set, the one that you're evaluating, moves. So in the case of evaluating 112 to line 114, you're holding line 114 still and blowing out the conductors of 112. And the opposite is true for 114. When you're evaluating 114, you hold the conductors of 112 still, and you blow the conductors out into 112.
I see. Okay. Thank you. That's very helpful. So my next question was, what's the company's policy regarding the selection of overhead conductor? I think you just described that. That's in this particular instance, you applied 220 CMR 125. Is that correct? And you looked at the clearances.
Correct. Yes. In this case, that's more of a governing factor where there's other factors like ratings, which may govern as well. But that it's just a balance of the needs for the project and what room there is to construct.
Right. This is what drove it. Other requirements, but this is what drove it. Okay. So what was the type of conductor proposed for the project? Was it?
So I couldn't understand you. What was what?
What is the type of conductor proposed for this project? Is it ACSS, ACSR, other?
The proposed conductor for this project is a 1,590 KC mil, 54/19, code name or code word Falcon, ACSS, aluminum conductor, self-supported, or steel supported, I'm sorry, which is a standard conductor that we use throughout many of our lines and more recent projects, it's a fairly standardized conductor.
Okay. So ACSS is what you're using, a
Correct.
very specific type of ACSS conductor. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And the rationale for proposing that this type of ACSS conductor, is it what you just, the governing factors, or are there other factors involved in the selection of this particular ACSS conductor?
It's primarily the physical components in relation to clearance. Their standardization is also a factor. So, as we select conductors, we from an operational perspective, we don't want to have, I think that there's probably hundreds of different conductors and, different types and sizes. There is benefit to the system and being able to operate and maintain, having consistent sizes, hardware, connectors, and things of that nature. So it's a combination of many things, but in this case, it's probably the more physically driven.
Okay, thank you. Has the company considered composite core conductors such as aluminum conductor composite core ACCC?
I'm sorry, has the company considered composite core
conductors such as aluminum composite core conductor, otherwise known as ACCC, for the project or for parts of the project? And if so, what was the result of that alternative analysis? And if you did not consider it, why not?
In this particular project, no. These alternative conductors were not considered. In a case like this where it's new construction and we have easement position and there's no, I would say, unusual factors, and I can expand on that in a moment. Standard ACSS is considered a high temperature, low sag conductor, and the additional cost and different technology and hardware would typically not be beneficial to the construction of this line. In other words, that sag benefit here doesn't really contribute much to this particular project, where ACCC might be considered more as, for example, reconductoring something that already exists to try and reduce the sag a little bit without having to, for example, rebuild an entire line. But here, where we have new construction, that technology isn't necessarily something that would be selected over a more standardized ACSS.
Okay. So I'd like you to comment on a few things about ACCC conductor, just so that we understand where the company is coming from. Can you, first of all, comment on, and again, this is all in regards to ACCC conductors, relative to AC, I guess in this case, ACSS or ACSR, but specifically here, ACSS, since that's what you're proposing. So relative to ACSS, can you comment on the strength to weight ratio of ACCC conductors?
It may provide a lighter overall, the ACCC compared to ACSS, a lighter overall conductor. However, that's not necessarily, it can be a benefit, but it may also work against you in a case, for example, where you're blowout limited, right? Because you have less vertical load from the conductor as a component of that load vector. So you have the wind, right, as a horizontal, and you have the weight of the conductor in a basic situation. So in that case, where you have maybe a similar cross-sectional area between ACCC and ACSS, you might see differences in blowout, for example. So it can be more of a balancing act between vertical clearance and something like horizontal balance blowout.
Sure.
But I will note that the kind of basic function of ACCC and ACSS are similar in the fact that the core is designed to essentially support the outer conductive strands, which is a little bit different than ACSR. So even though ACSR and ACSS are very similar in name, in ACSR the main difference is that the conductive aluminum strands also provide, or they are accounted for in providing that mechanical strength in the conductor. And where that factors in is the operating temperature of the conductor. So as I mentioned, ACSS is considered a high temperature, low sag conductor. And the reason being is that when you heat that conductor up, you're not counting on the aluminum to begin with, and it's already annealed. So you do not lose strength in the conductor when you heat it up.
Sure.
And that's similar to ACCC, where the core supports the load and the aluminum, I guess you could say, more freely can support temperature changes without impacting the strength of the conductor.
I see. Thank you. Thank you. Can you comment on the limited elongation of ACCC as the temperature of the conductor rises, potentially enabling longer spans and reduced sag compared to ACSS?
Sure. That can be a factor. The elongation of the composite material may not be as great as the steel core with the ACSS. Typically, you're looking at a matter of feet. And so that may be more, using that technology may be more beneficial kind of in a non-new construction case where you're not building new structures. Whereas here, where we have new structures proposed, that relatively small difference in sag can be accounted for in the design upfront.
Okay, thanks.
Sure.
Can you comment on the use of ACCC ULS, which is ultra low sag, high modulus core, and initial tension settings to mitigate conductor line sag and blowout under various conditions, for example, wind or heavy ice? So ACCC ULS to mitigate said vertical drop and sway.
Sure. That can be an approach to kind of designing for those factors when you're building a transmission line. I'll use a comparison to ACSS. ACSS also has standard strength, high strength, ultra high strength, and there may be some manufacturers that may produce an additional category of strength. And similarly to ACCC, part of why that matters is due to vibration mitigation, specifically aeolian vibration. So there are certain ratios of strength of the conductor, the RBS rated breaking strength, to the installed tension. And at certain installation temperatures, you can largely mitigate those vibration risks long-term over the life of the line. So that may be one reason why you don't necessarily want some of those higher tensions. You can introduce certain potential issues like that. And that's not necessarily, it's applicable to both. So there's a trade-off with going with something like a ultra high strength, even a composite core. And the other factor is as you go to those higher strength cores and you really increase the tension, you also increase the load on the transmission structure. So you need more substantial structures, larger structures to handle those loads. And typically what that results in is You may start to exceed the practical limits of things like guy wires and guy anchors. Or in the case of custom structures on foundations, you may have larger poles, and that leads to larger foundations, larger footprint. And what that might mean for a project like this, a higher installation tension, kind of tying those two things together. Whereas right now we don't have any particular additional vibration mitigation other than controlling the tension. Higher tensions may require dampers on the line, which may need to be serviced with time. So just another maintenance item that we would not need to be installed. Structures, for example, like structure 1, which does utilize guy anchors, might need to be redesigned to have no guy wires. And in that case, they would be solely supported by concrete foundations. And the actual steel poles would need to be redesigned as well. So those are some of the impacts, and again, applicable to both ACSS and ACCC. More a factor of the design rather than the specific technology.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Sure.
A few more questions on this. Can you comment on the application of ACCC conductors to longer spans relative to ACSS, such as up to 1,600 meters, which is approximately 1 mile? Can you expound on that and opine on that?
In a broad sense, perhaps something like that span would not apply to this project. I think simply because even if there was not an existing line in the right of way, and you put the conductor right, centered as much as you could, you wouldn't practically be able to achieve such a span, even with ACCC at those higher tensions. It really comes back to the balance of what do you want your design tension to be, and what does that mean for the structures compared to ACSS. And some things you might be looking at in such a situation is, are you using the same, like an equivalent size ACCC, and how are those sag characteristics directly comparable to ACSS, which kind of loops back to if you have such a span, right? Apologies if I recall incorrectly here, approximately 1 mile. It might provide more of a benefit there, where you can get some of those higher tensions relative to the weight, and you have those distances available to install something like that. Just a regional thing, right? In Massachusetts, it's just unlikely to have those, mile-long spans in even most places. Even out west.
Sorry, I can't hear you. Mile-long spans, what?
That was it. Just it'd be unlikely to have those mile-long spans in Massachusetts.
Indeed. Thank you. Well then, how about the approximately 1,200 foot span between structures 1 and 3? I think if I remember correctly, and I may be wrong, but I think it's like 740 feet between the first two and 440 feet between the second two and 3. That's about just under 1,200 feet. Way less than 1,600 meters, obviously, but it seems to be well within the capability with appropriate tensioning and the ability to reduce both vertical sag as well as blowout. What do you think about the idea of positioning as a segment, not necessarily the whole line, but as a segment, ACCC between structures 1 and 3, removing structure 2? What do you think of that?
I think that would be quite challenging, even with the higher tension, to achieve a limited blowout such that you could do something like that. So, back to the structure strength, structure one would likely need to be quite robust. And one of the factors that even with a higher tension, when you have the same tension, for example, on both sides of the structure, in normal operating conditions, those tensions will balance each other out, right? So the structure, I'm going towards deflection with this, the structure won't, on a normal day, bend one way or the other. Whereas if you have differential tensions, even within the capacity of the structure, that will likely introduce some sort of deflection, or if you try to design for that deflection, the structures become even more robust. So we try to limit those differences to keep these structure designs practical and from becoming too large. So even if it were practical to achieve such a span, structures one, and I guess it would be proposed three, would become quite robust. There'd probably be additional impacts to the wetlands, and potentially the Mendel Road tap area, just to facilitate an installation like that. And that's not including the long term. There'd have to be a specific kind of custom vibration mitigation consideration.
Okay.
And that would have to be factored into the design as well.
I appreciate that. It is, of course, possible to move structure 3, given the ability of the spans of ACCC conductor. One could, just conceptually, move structure 3 east about 200 feet, and you'd be outside the wetland too. Mr. Kelleher, I would like to have a record request. I would like the company to consider the use of ACCC conductor between structures 1 and 3, with the potential for moving structure 3 east out of the wetland. And what the ramifications are to the company.
So you would like them to submit a response?
Yes.
Responding to that.
Yes, please.
I'm going to call that record request RR-EFSB-3.
Okay. There may be a few other pieces to that, but we'll decide if we want to make another record request or not. That's of course up to you. Thank you, by the way.
Sure.
The next question, and I'm sorry that we're going so many questions on this. I appreciate your patience on this, by all means.
No problem.
Thank you. Could, as another alternative, a composite core conductor such as ACCC be used between projects? I'm sorry. It's the next one. Could a composite core conductor such as ACCC be used between project structures number 2 and 3 as another option, even if structure 2 is relocated across Mendel Road? So basically, what we're talking about now is keep structure 2, move it west across the road. So it's just a little bit more of a span. You might even be able to move the other one back outside of the marsh too. So you're talking really only about what? Talking about 500 foot span or something like that. So I mean, you are well in the ballpark. So could you use ACCC for that option?
So just so I make sure I understand, you're saying keep structure 2, but move it to the west side of Mendel Road and push existing structure 3 east outside of the wetland.
Right, and that was the reason that you might do that is, as you I think very correctly indicate, you're probably going to need some slightly more robust structures to handle the ACCC segment. So we don't want to wreck the wetland either. So maybe we move that a little east.
Sure. That similarly would have to go back to in order to keep structure 2 in its general tangent configuration, such an installation would require the conductor to go all the way back to structure 1 as well. And structure 3 would, if you wanted the ACCC to end there, that would have to be converted to a full dead end structure, which it is not currently. Otherwise, it would need to extend until the next dead end structure, which I believe is quite a ways away. So in all likelihood, to explore that option somewhere at some point, and a structure change would be required to accommodate a change in conductor.
Okay. So let's make that a separate record request, Mr. Kelleher. So the record request here would be the use of ACCC conductor between structures 2 and 3, moving structure 2 west of Mendel Road and structure 3 east of the wetland. And what are the considerations, cost, technical, design considerations for doing that? What's the limitations? What's the strengths?
I will record that as RR-EFSB-4.
Thank you. Next question, again, with ACCC conductors. Can an ACC conductor segment be spliced with ACSS? For example, using a compression splice assembly for splicing between ACSS and ACCC, for example.
No, we would not splice 2 different conductor types. It would have to be brought to a structure with each conductor having its own individual compression dead end fitting, and then the transition would have to happen at the structure in the short piece of conductor, the jumper or idler. That's where that no tension transition would need to occur.
Okay, walk me through that. So we have a splice. We have a piece, a segment of ACCC. It ends at a structure. What happens then if the next segment is ACSS? What walk me through and about how many feet we're talking. I mean, like how much are we talking here to basically translate the ACCC into ACSS? What do we got to do?
Sure. So at a dead end structure, it's not possible at a tangent structure. At a dead end structure, each conductor would come to a compression dead end on its respective side of the structure, one ahead and one back. And each conductor at that point within the compression hardware terminates. And on each one of those compression dead ends, you have a terminal connector, a tongue, if you will. It's a 4-bolt pattern, aluminum fitting that's integral to the dead end. And what happens from there is one conductor or the either is routed around the pole. And there's typically an arm on the dead end structure that's kind of halfway between. It bisects the conductor, and that piece of maybe 20 to 25 feet of conductor, one type or the other, is routed around the pole and connected to the terminal on the other dead end fitting. So there is no difference in conductor within a single compression fitting. It happens as a bolted connection. That's the way it would transition.
That makes sense. Okay, and with such hardware, which includes the various conductors in question here, the ACSS and the ACCC and the dead ends and the bolting, are there any supply chain issues with this? Does this, for example, or specifically, would a change of this nature result in some major project delays because of all the everything that's going on right now with supply chains and everything and tariffs and everything else, would this really mess with your project?
I don't know. I don't have the specific lead times of such hardware, and it can be a little bit difficult to tell because some of the composite core technologies can be proprietary. So some manufacturers will have a slightly different composite core compared to another. But my understanding is generally that the hardware is very similar in application, though the components are different. So even though they're similar, I couldn't say that they have the same lead times.
Let's see. Do you have to import this stuff, or does this come from the United States?
I don't know where these particular fittings would come from.
Okay, thank you. Does the company know of any other regional New England Northeast transmission reconductoring projects that use ACCC right now?
I'm sorry, New England Northeast, what?
New England or in the New England or Northeast transmission reconductoring projects that use ACCC. In other words, anyone else in the region using ACCC for their projects that you know about?
I don't know of anything specifically here. I am aware that there are others that look at it as an option, as one of those high temperature, low sag conductors, which ACSS is as well. But yes, I am aware it is looked at, but I don't know of any specific projects.
Okay.
Where that's being applied.
Has your company used ACCC conductor in any projects? And if so, how did it go?
I believe we have. It's I don't know that there was a particular issue with the conductor. It's just another technology. The instance I believe I'm aware of was a longer river crossing, more of a unique scenario where there were challenges associated with replacing, I'd say, particularly tall structures in difficult areas, and that conductor technology allowed for, in conjunction with some modifications to the structure, allowed for those structures to remain as is while replacing the conductors across the span.
Thank you. Mr. Kelleher, I would like to make a record request for the company to recount a case study of its use of ACCC in preferably New England.
I will mark that as RR-EFSB-5.
Just about there with ACCC. Can the company comment on the lower loss and therefore higher operating efficiency of current when using ACCC conductor relative to ACSS?
I wouldn't be able to comment on that specifically for this project. However, the length of the segment that we're looking at here, it's probably less of a factor than, for example, like a much longer distance line where that really can add up.
Okay, very, very good. And that makes perfect sense. What would be the cost of a project change under the following conditions? Number one, replace conductor from structures number 1 and 3 with ACCC and related necessary equipment, removing structure number 2. I'm assuming this is probably going to have to be a record request.
I think a record request would be the best method to respond to.
Okay. In which case, let me talk about the other scenarios, and Mr. Kelleher, we have the scenarios here too. There's 3 more scenarios: moving structure number 2 from the east side to the west side of Mendel Road and replacing the conductor from structure number 2 to structure number 3 with ACCC and related necessary equipment, and also moving structure number 3 a little further east, as we talked about. The third option would be replace the entire line 112 new line extension with ACCC conductor. And the fourth scenario of 4 scenarios is, actually those are the 3 scenarios. What would be the magnitude we would like in the record request? What would be the magnitude of cost savings realized due to higher operating efficiency? Probably that really only applies as indicated by the company for that, which is the entire line rather than one segment. That probably is minimal, you know. Okay.
So, Mr. Riley, can I clarify?
Sure.
I'm sorry, who's talking?
Mr. Kelleher,
Oh, thank you.
were you to some extent reiterating record requests, or were you trying to identify additional record requests?
I was trying to identify an additional record request of the costs involved in these 3 scenarios.
Okay, so I'm going to give a number to that.
Okay.
That additional record request.
Yes.
Which has which has to do with the costs.
Right.
So
I wasn't clear. My apologies.
I will call that RR-EFSB-6.
Okay. Okay.
Excuse me, can I just ask for clarification on that? There was 3 things that were mentioned, and I think one of them was EFSB-4 record request, where we're going to be putting structure 2, or we'll have a structure across Mendel Road to the west, another structure on the east side of the wetlands, and you want ACCC between those 2. Essentially nothing in the Mechi's front or backyard. There was another
one too.
Yep. And then you asked,
I'm sorry, wait a second. What did you say, Mr. Riley?
I said, yeah, there was another one. That's all.
Mr. Hagan, before you go on, you said there's another structure, but I think it was contemplating moving structure 3 slightly to the east, right?
Yes. Yes.
Yep.
There. Yeah. I mean, right. Go ahead.
And then you mentioned EFSB 5 is a case study for the company for prior use of ACCC in New England. But then under EFSB 6, I thought there was another mention. So it sounds like you re-mentioned EFSB 4. And then you also mentioned cost savings due to the efficiency gains of reconductoring to ACCC, or of revising the design to ACCC. But then there was an additional statement in there that you wanted basically a full order of magnitude cost of redoing the entire design with ACCC from structure 0 to 112.25.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. That is correct. We certainly could, if we wanted to, put the cost for because you're absolutely right, Mr. Hagan. 2 of the 3 scenarios we have already discussed, but this is just the cost aspect of it. We could certainly put that with the scenario. Like, you do the scenario with the design, what are the design changes and what's the cost implications? We could reconfigure it so that we have those 2 scenarios and then say, and what are the costs of it? But then the third one we have not yet talked about, which is the entire new line 112 as ACCC. Could do it either way.
Does the company have a preference about which way we do it? I think
unless our witnesses prefer otherwise, I think we can do it the way Mr. Riley initially indicated, the RRs.
Which ends up having, sorry, go ahead.
Which ends up having 4, 5, and 6, with 6 being the cost components of the alternatives provided in RR4 plus a full conversion to ACCC.
That sounds good. I think that'll be the clearest on the record.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. Did the company consider any other advanced transmission technologies for the project? If so, what was the result of that alternatives analysis?
The other than the alternative for underground, the only conductor I'm aware of is the ACSS as a high temperature, low sag conductor, which is standard.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, and I think I'm implying anything other than just conductor to any other ATTs. I don't know, and if it was underground or anything else. Is there anything else that you considered that would fall under the ATT category more generally?
I don't know if you could clarify more what types of things might fall under that ATT category.
Yeah. Well, let me think about that. I'll think about what else I might want to ask about, and we can return to that later.
Sure.
Okay, that's fine. Thanks. What about grid enhancing technologies? Any other considerations of other grid enhancing technologies for the project?
I might open this up to some others on the Eversource team, but as far as the transmission line goes, we're tying it into an existing transmission line, so the extent of the project is really from where the line exists today to while it's proposed to be rebuilt an existing station. So from that perspective, it's connecting the conductors from one area to the other within an existing configuration.
I might note, this is Keith Jones, principal engineer. We did note on page 26 of the petition, we did give mention to non-wires alternatives, if that meets what you're questioning about.
Right.
So due to the large number of distributed generation applications showing up in the Marion for Haven area, and as of note in the D.P.U 2247 docket in our petition, we note that Marion for Haven serves an area of about 101 square miles, served off of 4 bulk distribution substations, and the DGs.
I'm sorry, served off of 4 what?
4 bulk distribution stations. And the DGs are interconnecting, in various locations in the 4 or 5 towns that encompass the Marion for Haven area. There's no one location where we could possibly install a battery storage, which is the usual form of non-wires alternatives, that it could possibly defer the need for the substation upgrade or the second incoming 115 kV line. Non-wires alternatives like battery storage and conventional DSM and conservation load management do a good job in deferring needs where you have incremental load growth, like a slow growing load forecast. They just don't perform a deferral function for when you have large amounts of distributed generation interconnecting in quick succession. So for this reason, we discarded non-wires alternatives in the form of battery storage as a means of actually deferring the project.
Yeah, it makes sense. Thank you. That's very helpful, actually. That is all the questions I have on alternatives, Mr. Kelleher.
Does any other member of the siting division team have questions? We can take a break now, and we will pick up with further cross-examination that Ms. Maishi may have on this topic of construction alternatives or conductor alternatives, rather. And we will break for 10 minutes, so we will reconvene.
I'm sorry. I wonder if I could ask for 15. Is
You
that possible?
certainly may.
Thank you.
Yes, that's fine. So it'll be 15 minutes and we'll reconvene at 2:32. Right. Off the record. Thank you. All right. Ms. Cuthan, shall we proceed? Even though I don't see Ms. Blaine yet.
Ms. Blaine is here, and yes, please proceed.
Back on the record. Ms. Maishi, do you have questions for the company regarding the conductor alternatives?
I might just have one, but first, I really appreciate you gentlemen bringing up the potential alternatives to the wires, because I certainly didn't think of that, so I really appreciate it. I'm wondering if do the new wires, would they create less horizontal sag?
It really goes back to that balance we talked about with the blowout, right? The balance of tension and sag properties for a specific conductor, and it varies from conductor to conductor. So I could not say that any one conductor is necessarily better than another. It could be the case that there is very little or no benefit to something like a composite core conductor in this case over an ACSS. And even so, that design basis for where that conductor can be positioned relative to the edge of the easement, that likely would not change. So if our design parameter is to have the conductor blow out no greater than a certain point, and with as was brought up, to maximize that span length, I anticipate that would be a limiting factor still. So I don't think you would see any sort of reduction in that distance from the conductor to the edge of the easement, even with an alternative conductor.
Okay.
Is it fair to say that your assessment in response to the most recent record requests will assess the SAG potential of the ACCC?
That will be one component among many. Yes.
As well as blowout, I assume. Is that accurate?
Yes, they're related. Structure design, clearances, sag, blowout. Yes, they're all related.
Ms. Maishi, do you have additional questions for Eversource?
No.
Mr. Riley, I would invite you to proceed to the next topic, please.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Kelleher. Yeah, the next set of questions is a handful of questions about cost. The first question is, are there any updates to the project cost estimate since the initial filing? Any substantive changes to cost? And if so, what are the updated project costs?
There are no substantive changes to what was presented previously.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
And so things like that we've all been reading in the paper about tariffs and things like that, that's not really changing your cost for this big project?
I don't know that we've seen any impact currently, but the tariffs are also brand new, so that doesn't mean there's not going to be downstream effects or impacts. Danny, please correct me if you see anything different.
Yeah, and Nick can speak to some of the details, or Mr. Frazano, sorry. But the majority of materials are coming from company stock. this is, as previously kind of talked about, one of the benefits of using kind of standard materials across different projects. So with the existing design, I'd say probably 95% of the materials are kind of commodity stock items that the company has plenty of on hand. And we do have a quote in hand for some of the more custom structures closer to the substation that are only a very minor percentage of the total project cost. So even if we did see an increase on those components, I don't know where the steel is sourced from that company. But if we did see a percentage increase on that, it would have a negligible impact on the overall project.
Okay, great, thank you. What measures has the company taken to minimize the cost of this project?
Jenny, you want to take this one? Or you want me to? Some of the things are standardized design as presented with our preferred alternative, minimizing specially designed poles, minimizing impacts to environmental resources, keeping within our existing right-of-way fee-owned or fee-owned's not the correct term, but our own right-of-way, not purchase an additional right-of-way when it's not required. Danny, anything else you want to add or?
That from off the top of my head, that covers it. I was going to check and make sure we're not missing anything that was stated in the filing or in any previous record or information requests.
Shall I continue or are you still checking? I'm sorry, I wasn't sure if you were still checking anything.
I don't have anything further at this time.
Okay. So D.P.U -C-2 supplement 1 provides aggregated estimated project costs. What are the major cost drivers for this project? And more importantly, and I think we get that from the exhibit, but what cost control measures or strategies will the company employ to contain proposed project costs going into the future during construction operation?
So from a construction standpoint, the projects will be competitively bid to introduce competition, which usually drives cost lower and keeps it in control. So that's one, and that's going to be your biggest component. Aside from that, we've also competitively bid our major equipment such as transformers, switchgear, things like that, to obtain the lowest possible price and control costs the best that we can.
And all right, that sounds good. That sounds good. Thank you. 1 second. The company states at EV1 at 17 that the provisional program is a modified cost allocation and recovery methodology aimed at addressing imminent short-term distributed generation interconnection cost concerns. So the question is, please explain the cost allocation recovery methodology proposed here. And is this strategy consistent with the approved SIP?
Danny, you want to take this one? You want me to?
Yeah, I think we can, or I'll start off and then ask if there's anything further from you and Mr. Keith Jones. So in terms of transmission cost, which is everything on the 112 line, the company stated in 2247 that no transmission costs would be borne by the interconnecting customers, the solar developers. But distribution costs are split in a percentage that was approved by the D.P.U. under 2247 to allocate or kind of do a cost sharing strategy among the beneficiaries of the upgrades. So that is both the solar developers and the rate paying customers on the distribution system.
Okay. And that split, I guess we can look at 2247 for that split.
Yes,
you
and
can.
then
Go ahead.
sorry, go ahead, Keith.
Yeah, you can look at exhibit panel 2 and 2247 for that split. And I have what the split is now before me.
Okay.
So for total cost, approximately 45% of distribution station and distribution upgrade costs are the DER customer benefit. That's what the DER group study applicants pay under the SIP filing. And then there's the 55% of the cost is for distribution customer reliability benefit. So it's a roughly 45% DER customer, 55% native load customer split.
That's very helpful. Thank you. Thank you for looking that up. Well, and so what is the split between the project costs and the SIP funded by customers versus going into the rate base for other customers? Does that? Yeah.
I would need clarification on your question, especially since I'm not an expert on rate making.
Okay.
So this is something that if we desire an answer or record request might be required to respond.
Okay, so yeah, the record request would be what the split is in the portion of project costs by that is SIP funded by customers versus going into rate base for the other customers. So SIP funded by customers versus rate base by other customers. What's the split?
I will call that RR-EFSB-7.
Thank you. Is the transmission cost regional or local recovery?
Seeing that the new line is radial non-PTF transmission, the recovery for the transmission cost will be under the LNS or local network service rate by other Eversource customers region-wide. This is not a PTF asset that comes out of ISO New England Regional Transmission Expansion Plan. So the cost would not be socialized among all New England ratepayers.
Thank you. What are the operating costs for the proposed project? The net present value of these costs? I mean, and I guess just to provide some context there, when I looked at what is D.P.U. 2-1, which is the cost estimate, that was mainly construction capital permitting costs, but going forward into operations, obviously there's both a transmission line and a facility, a substation. You know, has there been I guess I don't remember seeing much in the way of operation costs. Can you enlighten us as to that?
Danny, I don't know if we've included as part of our internal authorizations what a continuing operational cost is for the expanded substation or the transmission line. That too might have to be taken as a record request. Again, it requires a rate making expertise, which I do not have.
Okay. That's fair. Let's make that a record request. operation cost for the proposed project.
As well as net present value of
Yes.
costs, right?
Right, yes.
So that will be RR-EFSB-8.
Okay, great. Okay, that's all I have, Mr. Kelleher, for cost questions.
Ms. Maishi, do you have any questions regarding costs?
No, sir.
We will then move to construction methods.
We want to ask if anyone else,
Oh,
any other
within the
DPU.
siding division? Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Does anyone within the siding division have questions? Thanks. Go ahead, Mr.
Okay.
Riley.
Great. The next set of questions, 4 of them are with construction. Refer to the company's response at DPU-CM-1 at 1 to 2, Part C. Besides observing live and dead turtles on the site, how does the company identify other sensitive resources in construction zones in the field on a real-time basis?
Sure, I'll jump on that first and then send it over to Mr. Howard. So the company has already done field work to identify sensitive resource areas on the linear part of the right-of-way and the Crystal Springs substation property. That includes different types of wetlands, rare and endangered species habitat, wellhead protection zones, flood zone, and riverfront area.
Mr. Riley, just to confirm that we provide a full response, would you just mind repeating the question for my benefit, please?
Sure. Besides observing live or dead turtles on the site, how does the company identify other sensitive resources in construction zones in the field on a real-time basis? So we understand surveys have been done, but I think we all know that sometimes resources move, certain resources move, and is there a way of, in a real-time way, understanding if there's an issue or not?
Yes, great question. Thanks for asking it. So what James described is the pre-planning, due diligence, environmental permitting efforts. But of course, as you suggest, Mr. Riley, construction is different. I think one of the tools that's most effective during construction is the close communication that the environmental team has with the construction team. More specifically, for most, if not all projects, Mr. Riley, we have what are called look-aheads. They can be 3-week look-aheads, 2-week look-aheads. But those are scenarios where we're speaking regularly with the construction team to understand what's going to happen some period of time down the road, so we can evaluate, assess, and inspect those areas before work and equipment moves into them.
I'm sorry, so we can evaluate, assess what?
Evaluate, assess, and inspect those areas before equipment is moved into them to ensure that the impacts are minimized and that the work is conducted in accordance with the permits and approvals for the project.
Thank you. How does the company train construction contractors to address sensitive resources on site? It's kind of related to the previous question.
Yep. So for contractor training, it includes topics such as sensitive environmental resource areas, like wetlands and rare species habitat. Usually when a contractor is selected, pre-field work, pre-construction, there's a training that's done virtually for introductions to the environmental team. So folks on the contractor side know who they're working with on a daily basis. So they know who to contact if they have questions. And then usually pre-construction in the field, we'll do a field compliance training where myself and our consultant here, which would be Epsilon in this case, would provide field-specific training that is specific to these sensitive receptors that are in the field for the specific project.
I would add also, Mr. Riley, it's not a one-time event when it comes to training on these projects. As new crews are brought on board, we will repeat the training for those crews so they understand what the limits of work are, what the permit requirements are, and what the expectations of Eversource are with regards to conducting the work in accordance with those approvals.
Okay, so you add 4 more people for construction, and then when you have a quorum, you do another training. Is that kind of how it works?
I mean, to the extent the training can be, for efficiency purposes, have a core group of folks, but if it's 1 or 2 folks, Mr. Riley, the training will occur regardless. But typically, it's as you suggest, it's as groups of people come on, and it depends on the work that they're doing too, and how much training they might need.
Okay, all right, that's good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Refer to the company's response to DPU-CM-2 at 1. The company states 2 of the new permanent gravel spur roads will be located within mapped priority habitat. These areas total approximately 4,356 square feet. The question is, has the company considered options for siting these 2 proposed spur roads in non-priority habitat? If so, what was the resultant basis for siting options analysis and the decision made?
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand you. What was the resultant basis?
Okay, and basis of the decision to site the spur roads in priority habitat.
Yeah, so the 2 spur roads are specific to 2 structures within priority habitat. So they're meant to access those specific structures. It's not just additional access road that's being built. It's 2 spur roads that are directly to access 2 specific structures in priority habitat. There wouldn't necessarily be a way for us to site it outside of that priority habitat.
I see. So one of them is what? Structure number 3, if I remember correctly. Structure 3 is in a wetland. So if you move structure 3 outside the wetland, you could presumably move the spur road outside of the wetland. Is that correct?
I'd have to correct you there. So the question, from my understanding, was about the spur roads in priority habitat, which are on the Mattapoisett side, not within wetland.
Okay. That's fine. Thank you. I was just spitballing. All right.
Mr. Riley, I can provide the clarification I do think you're looking for, though. James is correct. It's with regards to structures 21 and 22. And as we explained in the MIPA FEIR filing, the rationale for requesting permission from Natural Heritage to leave those 2 gravel access roads in place following construction is because of topographic constraints there. It'd be much less impactful in the future. It allows us to get to the structures if we need to. And to give you some further comfort from a regulatory process, the Natural Heritage Program has approved that request with their no-take authorization.
Okay. So what is there a little knoll or something there? Is there a little hill there? Is that what's going on?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thanks. That's actually quite helpful.
Thank you.
From the petition EV1 at 44, the company states the company expects that construction will be conducted using a 6-day work week.
I'm sorry, using a what?
A 6-day per week work schedule. I'm sorry. 6-day per week work schedule. Generally, during the hours of 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday, and from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. on Saturdays, to minimize the duration of the project and associated construction impacts. End quote. Question: do the towns of Acushnet and Mattapoisett have construction hour bylaws? And if so, what are they?
We have provided some detail on this previously in the hearing about having already spoken with the town of Acushnet on the planned work hours and the intent to get into more detail with the town of Mattapoisett once we have or once we get closer to construction, so within a couple months of construction start. And we have active construction for another project as part of this D.P.U 2247 group that is occurring in Acushnet right now, that we've been working very closely with the town to make sure that we get prior approval or authorization before any modifications to the standard work hours. And they've been very accommodating to our needs in the rare occasions that we need to make changes to expedite or due to large equipment deliveries, and we expect that would continue to move forward.
Okay.
Danny, I would just build upon your response a bit further. Mr. Riley, if I heard I think it was the second part of your question with regard to whether or not the communities of Acushnet and Mattapoisett have noise ordinances or bylaws. In the company's response to NO DPU-NO-2 and DPU-NO-3, the company confirmed that both of those communities do not presently have a noise ordinance or a bylaw.
Yeah, that's a noise ordinance, but I guess the question here is a construction bylaw. And I would presume that the company would want to look and make sure that they are, despite the good relations it sounds like you have with, for sure, Acushnet, and you're about to talk to Mattapoisett, I would assume you'd want to look and see if there are any construction bylaws in these two esteemed communities.
That is correct. And then we would, as Danny mentioned, work with them if we need to request anything outside of those bylaws.
Okay. Those are my construction questions, Mr. Kelleher.
I don't have any additional questions. Does anyone else from siting have questions? Assuming not. Ms. Maishi, do you have any follow-up questions? All right, Mr. Riley, please proceed to hazardous waste and safety.
Great. Now we have three questions in this area. Refer to the company's response to DPU-S-1 subpart C regarding how precipitation factors into secondary containment volume design at the substation. The company states, quote, each transformer foundation will be surrounded by a secondary containment with openings in the floor. These openings will be equipped with imbiber beads that will allow water.
I'm sorry, will be equipped with what?
Imbiber, IMBIBER, imbiber beads, BEADS, that will allow water to drain from the containment, but will solidify upon contact with dielectric fluid. The water will drain into a below-grade leaching system. The question is, how often are the imbiber beads inspected for functionality, i.e. allowing water flow but solidifying with contact with dielectric fluid, especially after a storm event? So do you put the imbiber beads in and you sort of hope for 10 years that they're all set, or do you check them once in a while, or what do you do with those imbiber beads?
John, Zico, are you able to provide any insight, or James Clancy?
I am, and if I could just ask which IR were you referring to? I apologize, I didn't get that.
It's DPU-S as in Sam -1 subpart C as in cat.
Okay. Give that a second to open up, please.
Sure.
The imbiber beads are not a one and done type of thing. They do have a shelf life. The company has a preventive maintenance and a predictive maintenance system, so it would be entered into there, and the imbiber beads would be replaced as they as they kind of expire. As far as routine checks, the station is visited at least once a month, just for a routine inspection. As a practical matter, there may be people there more often, and at that point in time, they'll open up the covers on the transformer containment and take a look inside to see how much water is in there, and then they'll address it through the usual company channels. Also, if it's what's not in that IR reply is that the transformer fluid levels are alarmed, so they'll get the control center, which is staffed 24/7, 365, will get an alarm on low oil level. And then once the alarm comes in, somebody will be dispatched to the site to, investigate and remediate.
Very good. Is it fair to say that the company will follow the prescribed maintenance schedule for the imbiber beads? Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say, yes.
Okay. All right. I am assuming that you will be very careful with your transformer oil levels. I'm worried about the imbiber beads.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's two-pronged. I mean, certainly, yes. I think,
yes,
we're all concerned about the environment. We only have one place to live. But yes, these transformers are a big investment for the company, and they do monitor the oil levels in them.
Sure. Makes sense. What accommodations are made for construction crew health and safety on real hot days, such as over 90 degrees, and real cold days, such as under 32 degrees?
I would need to defer that one to either Mr. Lombardi or Mr.
It depends on the conditions.
Hagen.
Yeah. If it's really, really, really hot, we may do a work pause for that day, and or implement more frequent breaks, hydration breaks. If it's a really cold day, something very similar. We may pause work for the day if it's too cold outside, and or implement frequent go into the job trailer to warm up, stay warm, keep your core temperature up. So it just depends on the situation and scenario, but we take health and safety very, very seriously. It's safety first. And so we track and work with the contractors accordingly.
I used to live down there. I know it gets real hot and real cold.
Danny, anything to add to that?
I'll just say that the contractors that we hire to do this work, if we are outsourcing, have a lot of experience with working in these environments, and will, if there is any question as to the safety of their crews, we would fully expect anybody on site to indicate that there is a concern with heat stress or heat illness, or in the opposite direction in terms of cold weather. The personnel should also have the appropriate weather dependent PPE. So in the cold months, having personnel protective equipment that is conducive to operating in a cold environment, and vice versa in the summer. And for a significant amount of the work at the substation, we will have office trailers for both internal and external crews that can be used as a climate controlled environment to get out of the elements as necessary if it is considered to be an environment that can be worked in shorter durations. And then as far as the transmission line crews, there would be a nearby laydown area with a similar trailer for office use, as Mr. Lombardi mentioned, that we would expect them to be able to use that for getting in.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, my last hazardous waste safety question, and I would like to confer with my associates here after that for a moment, but let's ask the question first. Refer to company response at D.P.U. S as in Sam 3. Regarding substation security during operations, the company states, quote, during normal operations, substation security measures include cameras, locked perimeter fencing with barbed wire, and locked gates on the access road, end quote. The question is, what industry standards apply to the security of substations? Does the company's security plan meet these standards? And do substation security standards comply with security standards for critical bulk power systems? So standardization of security measures is the real question here.
So in general, the minimum security for the station is a fence. And the characteristics of that fence are dictated by the National Electric Safety Code, NESC, also sometimes known as American National Standards Institute, or ANSI C2. The company's fencing standards meet or exceed that requirement. In addition, there are other security measures that the company does implement that I'd not want to go into detail on an open record, but those do meet or exceed the industry standards. As far as protection as it relates to NERC, Northeast Electric Reliability Council, or NPCC requirements, this is a distribution station with a transmission supply coming into it. It is not a transmission switching station, so that would not apply to this facility.
Okay. Thank you. That is all the questions I have on hazard waste and safety. Would you want to ask, let's finish up this and then we can confer for a moment after that.
All right, does anyone with the siting division have additional questions? Ms. Macy, do you have any questions? No.
Okay, we're going to go offline we just need to confer for a second.
So I'm just going to speak with my colleague. So we'll take a 2-minute break off the record. So that we'll resume at 3:11. All right, thank you. Let's just make sure we have everyone here. We have the stenographer, we have the attorneys, we have all parties. We will resume. Thank you for your patience. Mr. Riley, would you continue with hazardous waste and safety?
Okay, well, actually, I have finished that, and I'm ready to go on to noise if you want to ask everyone else any questions, or if we're all set there.
Thank you. Yes. I don't know. We don't have any more questions. So yes, proceed to noise. My mistake.
Okay, no problem. Okay, for noise, we have a first question. We only have a handful of these questions as well. Refer to the company's responses at DPU-NO-1. The company states in response B, quote, scenario with both transformers operating greater than 50% load was not modeled because it is not a potential operating condition, end quote. It also states in response C, quote, the distribution system served by the station will not support loading of the transformers where an operating condition resulting in more than the loading described in subpart A would be exceeded, end quote. So to confirm, we just want to make sure that A, with the operating conditions modeled in the 3 operating scenarios in attachment K at 6-1, represent the absolute maximum operating scenarios at the substation over the life of the substation? That's the first question. So is that the absolute limit, 50% for both transformers, or 100% for one or 100% for the other one? Is that it absolutely can't operate or would not operate past that? That's the question.
Keith,
Sure.
yes.
So we looked at the future loading on the substation and the expected amount of DG. So the amount of DG would not go above the total amount of enablement of the substation, which would be with 1 transformer out. So the highest load that we would expect to see on the substation under an N-1 state is 1 transformer at 100% loading. So to allow for this under an N-0 or all facilities in condition, we assumed that
I'm sorry, under an N-0 or what?
All facilities in condition. We assumed that both transformers would be loaded to no greater than 50%, so that for loss of either transformer, the remaining transformer would not exceed 100% of loading. And these are the modeling scenarios that were used for the noise calculation.
Okay. So let me ask a different way. Do you see any scenario where you could actually have the 2 transformers operating over 50%? Do you see any scenario where that might happen?
There could be a scenario for a short period of time, 1 or more transformers could be operating in excess of 50%. Because bear in mind that Crystal Spring provides post-contingency support to other substations, including Arzine Street in Fairhaven and Rochester Substation in Rochester, Mass. So there are periods of time when either transformer could exceed 50% under both transformers in. Again, this is under an N-1 state for loss of another facility. So again, this would not be an N-0 condition.
Okay. And would you think that such an N-1 state might be, 8 hours, 24 hours, 2 hours? But I mean, I realize, you're estimating here, but I mean, what kind of duration are we talking under that condition?
Depends on if the outage, increasing the load on the substation, is a planned outage or as a result of equipment failure or a storm-related outage. So the amount of time that that loading condition could vary. So, for example, a planned outage could be a day or 2, or could be upwards of a week. And granted that the amount of load on the transformer would vary during the day with the load cycle and with the amount of DG that is dispatched during the day. So the transformer would not be loaded in excess of 50% constantly during during those relevant N-1 events. It'll follow a load cycle like any other facility.
Okay. The under those conditions, I seem to remember from the noise report that the facility was getting up towards the upper limit of the Mass DEP noise policy of what 10 decibels, a weighted decibels above, background.
I'm sorry, 10 decibels, what?
Sorry, 10 decibels, 10 dBA. 10 dBA above background. In such an N1 situation, would you expect the facility to be louder and possibly exceed the noise standard?
John, who could testify this because it's the Epsilon noise report?
Well, I'll just say in general, the sound sources from a transformer are the core, the coils, and the cooling fans. The sound from the core is dependent on the input voltage, so that's not going to change. The coils, it will increase with load, but as a practical matter, these transformers are so well braced for transit that it's not going to be a significant amount, which only leaves the cooling fans. And if you get to 50% load, you're only going to have one stage of cooling fans on. So I would not expect an appreciable noise increase. The other thing I'll add too is that, as a practical matter, having been around these transformers a lot, the sound output that they measure at the factory and that we use in our models is one thing, but as a practical matter, when you get them into the field and into the environment, they're typically not even audible at the fence line.
Mm-hmm. Right. Okay. Thank you. Referring to D.P.U. NO2, given that Acushnet does not have a noise ordinance or other noise provisions applicable to the project, how has the company coordinated with the town regarding construction-based noise management? We talked a little bit about this earlier.
Part of that is working within the approved hours to minimize any noise implications associated with construction equipment. And then requiring having certain requirements on the equipment being used, that they have to have mufflers, things that, they can't idle for an extended period of time when they're not in use. Situations like that and things like that are implemented as part of our construction policies.
Okay, so yeah, those kind of provisions are in your construction policies. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And we have the same question. How, Mattapoisett doesn't have a noise ordinance either. And I know that you're about to coordinate with them. So I'm assuming it's the same answer though. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah.
And Danny, please add anything that I may have missed.
Yeah, that covers it for the most part. I'll just say that in Acushnet, the only it's only going to be transmission line construction for this project in Acushnet, whereas in Mattapoisett it will also include the substation construction. So there will be in general, because of the nature of the substation versus the line, there will be more crews locally or localized to the substation property. So it will also be necessary for us to liaise with the abutters. There are approximately 4 or 5 that are probably or that could be aware of activities going on at the substation. So also keeping track of any input from those individuals, as well as coordinating with the town and keeping them aware of what we're doing in terms of work hours and activities.
Okay. Thank you. Those are all my noise questions.
Does anyone else from Siting Division have questions? Ms. Maishi, any questions? Okay. I would just like to ask about the possibility of extending to today's hearing so that we might finish today. And I can't guarantee that we will finish if we extend, but I just want to get a general sense if that would work for the parties to do that and their witnesses. Could I hear from the attorneys, please? And then Ms. Maishi.
Yeah, I would need to confer with the witnesses. I don't know offhand what folks' availability. If you want us to go offline for a few minutes, I could check with people.
Yes. Let's just hear from Ms. Maishi. Would that work for you?
Yeah, as long as you don't mind me taking you guys out to the bus stop.
You could use some fresh air.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine with me.
When is the bus stop?
The bus will come around 3:40, so it was going to be before we finished anyway, but I can keep the kids busy in another area of the house.
Okay. Well, let's go offline for, a couple minutes. And when you're ready, Ms. Cuthan, just let us know. I'll be here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are we off the record?
Yes, we're off the record.
I'm ready to go back on the record.
Sorry, we were doing some of our own conferring as well, and you don't have to go back on the record quite yet, Mr. Brock. Ms. Cuthan, what did you discover?
Yes, I think our witnesses are available to stay, assuming that the topics to be covered based on what you sent the other day are visual land-based resources, water issues, and additional environmental questions like the FEIR.
Yes, that's accurate. And great. So we will proceed. We have additional questions for those additional topics. And then I'll just tell you now that I would actually like to, before allowing the company to do its redirect, I would like to do the cross-examination of Ms. Maishi, just to make sure we get her testimony in. Mr. Riley, would you continue?
I'm sorry,
Sure.
are we back on the record?
Yes.
So on the record, Mr. Riley, would you continue with the next topic, the visual?
Of course. Okay. Refer to the company response at D.P.U. Victor 4 regarding the company seeking permission for mature tree removal in Mattapoisett. The company states.
I'm sorry, regarding the company seeking permission, what?
Mature tree removal in Mattapoisett. The company states, quote, Crystal Spring Road and Long Plain Road, two public ways that cross the ROW, the right-of-way, are designated as scenic roads under the Mattapoisett bylaw. Limited tree removal or tree trimming and pruning in connection with the project is proposed on the utility corridor near these crossings. The company will consult with the Mattapoisett tree warden to discuss any approval needed for tree removal or tree trimming and pruning in connection with the project at these crossings, end quote. The question is, how far in advance will the company coordinate with the Mattapoisett tree warden on this issue prior to construction in the areas of these scenic roads?
Mr. Riley, I could take a first pass at answering that question, then I'll ask James or Anthony to chime in further. So the company has consulted with the Mattapoisett tree warden just to confirm the process with regards to any trimming, thinning, removal of trees in the public way at those two scenic road crossings. The tree warden has confirmed that that activity does require review and approval from the tree warden and potentially a public hearing as well. So we will make sure that we coordinate with that entity well in advance of that work occurring so as not to incur any schedule delays and to make sure we adequately coordinate with the town.
Okay. The public hearing, is that a for sure, or is that a well maybe, or what?
I didn't speak with the tree warden directly. My colleague Anthony did, but based on my understanding of the process, I think it depends on the nature of the work and the type of trees to be removed and the size of the trees and their location in the right of way. I don't know, for example, Mr. Riley, if simply trimming or removing of a branch requires a public hearing as opposed to full tree removal.
Right. Well, the only reason I ask, of course, is that it starts having a lot to do with, how far in advance you go. Obviously, they have to have a public hearing. They have to have 2 or 3 weeks of notice and all that kind of stuff. So that becomes a pretty important question. If I were you guys, I'd really want to know that.
And Mr. Raleigh, that extends to all aspects of permitting. The environmental permitting team typically tries to stay as far ahead of the construction team as possible so we don't have those delays. So we're constantly looking at that in the schedule and having those discussions.
Sure. I'm sure you are.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. The other visual question I have is refer to the company's response at LM10. The company states, quote, the company will continue to work with and discuss reasonable and feasible visual mitigation with the Mashis, end quote. The question is, when would the company propose mitigation, such as visual fencing, irrigation, etc., for example? with the homeowner at 275 Mendel Road regarding right-of-way and right-of-way adjacent modifications during the Line 112 construction and operation. So when you propose to actually propose the mitigation to the Mashies?
I can take this one. So as mentioned earlier in our testimony, we've already begun discussing with the Métis about doing the visual mitigation, moving. The first step, of course, is removing the vegetation. So the deadline that we put in both in the LM19 and the email of February 13th was October 31st to move any incompatible species. So after the vegetation is removed, the next steps is to get the landscape designer out there to start planting. Of course, we would want the plantings to occur after construction happens for the viability of the landscaping and of the newly planted vegetation. But this will be a process and something that we'll definitely be working with the Métis throughout.
And if I may add, there may be some seasonal constraints where if we're done with construction and starting restoration activities in the middle of the winter, we won't be planting any new plantings until the springtime when we know they'll actually take.
Okay. So you're saying that you're saying, and reasonably that this is a process. It certainly is a process, but there's at no point in time where you are dropping off a 10-pager with the Métis and saying, okay, this is our plan of attack for mitigation for your near your property or on your property. That there isn't any kind of plan that is given to the Métis for their review. It's more of an ongoing dialogue. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly. So it's we meet on a monthly basis, myself and a couple members of my team, and then also invite different subject matter experts to attend. So it is sort of a step-by-step process, right? So with the first thing being identifying the trees that they want to replant on their property, that's the first area of focus. And then we go to the next step of removing the trees and then getting the landscape designer in. So in a sense, to ensure effective communication and making sure that we're all on the same page, we're devoted to sort of taking that step-by-step process to ensure we're not missing anything and we're doing it as best and the best alignment with the Métis as well.
Okay. One moment. You want to ask? There's the question you want to ask if anyone else has questions on that.
Sure. Does any member of the siting division have additional questions? Does Ms. Maishi have any questions about the visual topic?
No, sir.
Mr. Riley, would you proceed with land-based resources, please?
Sure. Okay. Refer to the company's response at DPU-LU-2. What is the schedule and nature of monitoring conducted to ensure resource restoration following impacts to bordering vegetated wetlands, riverfront area, bordering lands subject to flooding, and any other wetlands impacted within the row? So what type of monitoring are you going to do following restoration to make sure that the restoration is taking hold? This question.
James, can you take this one?
I can. Yeah. In general, the inspection post-construction during the restoration phase is done at least weekly. Depends on, if the weather can kind of impact that. So if we get a, torrential downpour and we're above a certain threshold where we're under our construction general permit with the EPA, there's a requirement for us to get on site within 24 hours to inspect, but in a normal scenario, it would be at least weekly.
Okay.
Thank you. And well, how long would that go? I mean, so it would go weekly for until what, into the next growing season, I mean, when do you stop?
Yeah, it's not really a timing threshold. It's when the areas have been sufficiently revegetated. So the standard, and Mike, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe is 70% vegetation to call it restored. And then if there's specific conditions required from either Conservation Commission for restoration, we'd also follow those conditions.
That's generally correct, James. Mr. Riley, it depends a little bit on the resource area that's being restored. Ultimately, in order to close out our permits, obtain our certificates of compliance from the Conservation Commissions, for example, has to be restored in a manner that meets their specifications. Typically, that's 75% native cover. With regards to the wetland replication areas, typically a typical condition in an order of conditions, Mr. Riley, is 2 growing seasons to demonstrate that the replication areas were constructed in accordance with the permit and the regulations. But again, it kind of varies on the resource area that's being restored.
Sure. I found that age
I'm
differentiation.
sorry, Mr. Riley, could you pull the mic a little away from your mouth?
Oh, sure.
Great. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you. That's good. All right, next question. Refer to the company's response at LM-3 regarding the possible occurrence of marbled salamander at 275 Mendel Road. The company states, quote, as depicted on the map set provided in attachment 8 to the petition, EV1, sheet 1 of 5, no portion of the proposed work in the town of Acushnet, including the property at 275 Mendel Road and the work associated with the installation of transmission structure number 2 within the row, is located in mapped marbled salamander habitat, end quote. The question is, how does the company verify the accuracy of the species occurrence data in the NHES?
I'm sorry, how does the company evaluate?
Verify the accuracy of species occurrence data from the NHESP, Natural Heritage, estimated habitats of rare wildlife data, given that there have been anecdotal reports of the species presence in the area at or near 275 Mendel Road, and also given the dynamic nature of species distribution as witnessed by the NHESP continual database amendments and updating. So despite the fact that the estimated habitat mapping states that the species is not present. In other words, we have anecdotal evidence reports that the marbled salamanders are in the area. The database says no, but we also know that that database is constantly being updated because species move around and biogeographically they're constantly changing. So how do we confirm as construction goes on that there are or are not these the marbled salamanders in this area?
James, I'm happy to take a first crack at this if you want.
Yeah. Yep.
I'm just going to take one step back, Mr. Riley, because I think it's important from a regulatory perspective. It's not that the maps don't identify marbled salamander in the area that you're referring to. The area itself is not mapped, period. There is just no mapped habitat in that location. That means the Natural Heritage Program has no records provided to them where they would then provide the mapping. And sometimes those records, Mr. Riley, can be provided to the state in between mapping update cycles, right? So let's say hypothetically that there are marbled salamanders in this location, and the state had that information, but the maps haven't been updated yet. When we consult with the Natural Heritage Program, which we do very early in these projects, not only asking for confirmation of the species, which is confidential information that's within the maps, but if they have any records of species that are not yet captured in the maps, and they'll share that with us, and we'll try to accommodate, measures that can avoid and minimize impacts with the design of the process. But the maps are not just maps. They have a presumption. There's a presumption that if you're not working in mapped habitat, then you're not subject to the Endangered Species Act at the state level under those processes. So it's an important tool that we're required to follow.
Yes.
Could there be marbled salamanders out there? I'm certainly not going to dismiss that anecdotal information. As a wildlife biologist, I'd be surprised in that location. It would not surprise me if there's more common spotted salamanders and redback salamanders, things like that. But if there's a sizable marbled salamander population, just in my experience in Massachusetts, the state would likely have records of that. It doesn't mean they're not there. I'm not dismissing the anecdotal evidence. It's just nothing in the record that I can respond to hypothetically. During construction, whether there's marbled salamander there or any other wetland dependent species. I mentioned earlier in our conversation about the look ahead. So when you get to these locations, the environmental inspectors are looking at the work zones. We're looking at the locations where matting is going to be put down. We're looking at locations where sediment controls are going to be installed. When we're doing that exercise, Mr. Riley, we're mindful of avoiding impacts to the type of things that you're posing in this question as best we can for a mole salamander, which most of the time is under the ground.
Okay. Thank you. And I think also what would be helpful, of course, is in going back to the discussion of the training of your contractors and people on site with the environmental team, that there is, that there is vigilance in observing the potential distribution of some of these species.
Yeah, and I don't want to understate the level of effort that Eversource puts into that. It's not just a check the box kind of thing. We have experts who are providing that training. The contractors take it seriously. They're required to take the training, and when they've taken it, they have a sticker that's put on their hard hat, so we know they've taken the training. And Mr. Riley, if we encountered a state-listed species on the right-of-way that's not presently known or within the mapped habitat, we're required to notify the Natural Heritage Program at that time, and we would.
Right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. That is the I guess land-based resources questions that I have. That are the questions I have. And so
does anybody else from Siting Division have questions regarding that topic? Ms. Maishi, do you have any questions on this topic? Okay. Mr. Riley, would you continue to the next topic, water quality / water resources / wetlands?
I'm just going to bring something up real quick that I think would be helpful. This is table 4-1 from the DEIR. And this kind of gives the amount of clearing of certain, wetland vegetation, basically. 1 second. One moment. Okay. Oh, shoot. Here we go. Okay, good. Okay. Based on this table from the DEIR of vegetation resource impacts, we have the following question from D.P.U. W1 at 1, company response, regarding unavoidable impacts featured in table 4-1, summary of wetland resource impacts, which is you have on the screen. What types of vegetation are being removed in the column entitled Acushnet Approximate Temporary Impacts regarding 12,000 square feet of BVW, 200 square feet of bordering land subject to flooding? We'll start with that question. So if we look at Acushnet, we have under, I guess it's the second column to the left, there's 12,000 square feet of so-called approximate temporary impacts, and that's vegetation removal. And then also, if you skip down to BLSF, bordering land subject to flooding.
I'm sorry, if you skip down to what?
To bordering land subject to flooding, there's 200 feet of vegetation removal. Could you talk about the types of vegetation removed and why that would be an approximate, a temporary impact rather than a permanent impact?
Sure, James, I'm happy to take a first crack at this too.
Yeah, please do.
You can build upon it. Let me answer the temporary impact question first, because I think it's largely semantics under the regulations. It's an alteration. The reason we characterize it as temporary is when you look at the maps that are included in the MIPA filings and in the D.P.U petition itself, you'll see that most of the vegetation removal work is just a fringe along the northern edge of the right-of-way. So we're just removing selective trees, trimming vegetation, branches. It's not like we're clear cutting an area and converting it from a forested wetland to another type of wetland. There are hundreds of acres of forested wetland that still exist. It's just a little bit of trimming along the edges of it. So that's just why it was characterized as temporary. There's no loss of wetland in that location. There'll still be woody vegetation there. It'll just be lower growing shrubby and sapling type vegetation.
I'm sorry, there'll just be what? There'll just be low growing?
Shrubs and sapling vegetation.
Okay. So there's still vegetation there. It's just that you've kind of cut it, or you replanted, or what have you removed it, and what's left there?
Right. So in the wetlands, we're talking vegetation removal in this context. We're talking about tree removal, tree trimming, tree pruning. We do not remove the stumps and the roots within the wetlands of those felled trees to maintain the soil structure. We also do not disturb the understory, right? So that shrub layer, that herbaceous layer, it's still going to be there and productive and allowed to grow up, as it does in the right-of-way today under Eversource's vegetation management programs.
Okay, so then maybe you can answer this. When you do the quote-unquote vegetation removal in the BVW and the BLSF, what is left there when you're done? I mean, is it sort of the species that don't grow over 15 feet, or is it, I mean, I realize that's not quite right either, but what's left there after you've done your work?
So it depends on the location and it depends on the species. When you open the canopy up, other species may come into that area. Species that were shaded out by the canopy in that location now are exposed to greater sunlight, so they may grow to taller heights depending on the species. But what we typically find is it's more that lower growing shrub sapling layer. It's typically compatible within the right-of-way.
Right. Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And if you skip 2 more columns to the right, you have Mattapoisett temporary impacts. Then you have 11,400, I guess, square feet of tree removal for BVW. So tell me about that.
Same as what I just described to you, same exact scenario. Just for clarity, we broke out the impacts on a town basis, looking ahead to the conservation commissions, which will be interested in their communities. But it's the same approach we just discussed.
Sure. Well, except that, and I'm not trying to play semantics here. I'm just going with what this table is saying. Under Acushnet temporary impacts, it's vegetation removal. Under Mattapoisett, it's tree removal. So, is there any difference, or it was just someone started after lunch and used a different word?
Correct. We're not trying to draw that fine of a line. For the record, we can call them tree removal.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
So we
cheat.
All right. That's fine. Okay. And we'll take that down. I think that's all we had to do for that. Okay. Refer to the company's response at D.P.U W2. What is the status of the stormwater pollution prevention plan? Is it now available? If so, we'd like it. If not, when will it be available?
Mike, I'll jump in and then hand it right back to you. So Epsilon has been contracted on as the environmental permitting consultant for the project. So they'll be helping facilitate the stormwater pollution prevention plan. We're not at the point where we're ready to submit our construction general permit to EPA, so we do not have the SWIP ready to go. But they are diligently working on that currently. And when it's available, we'll happily provide it.
Right.
I would just offer too, Mr. Riley, I'm sorry, I apologize. I would just offer that document is typically at the latter stages of permitting.
Yeah.
It will be advanced throughout the permitting process, but to finalize it, we need the contractor's input and take on it as well.
Yeah, and that makes perfect sense. Okay, that's fine. Do you have an idea when you're finishing the construction general permit for EPA? If it's still there?
Yeah,
I mean,
this
good.
might get
Good,
into
James.
scheduling with Danny or Mr. Hagan for on the project management side, but believe we're hoping to start construction in the late fall of this year. So we would be submitting our CGP to the EPA, about a month before that, realistically. So early fall.
I think that's right, Mr. Riley, late Q3, Q4.
Okay.
But we've been charged with moving as expeditiously as we can with the permitting process, which we're in the middle of now.
Okay. Fair enough. All right. For the company's response at D.P.U. W3 at 2, the company states, quote, Eversource will contract with a licensed site professional as necessitated by conditions encountered along the project alignment, consistent with the requirements of the MCP at 310 CMR 40.0460 at Sequias and any other applicable regulations, end quote. The question is, why does the company not have an LSP on call in the event of emergency situations or discovery of oil and hazardous substances during construction activities, given the time sensitivity of these situations? In other words, it sounds like you're about to contract, but why don't you just have a contract with an LSP?
Yeah, so the company has contracts for emergency services. As you're stating, it's a little different than a kind of pre-planned soil and management plan that an LSP may provide beforehand, before construction. In this case, we, in an emergency situation, we would go to one of our emergency contractor providers that would facilitate remediation of a spill in this instance, and they would ultimately also provide the LSP services in that case.
Okay, so you do have standing. The company does have standing. I mean, it makes sense to me, but the way this was worded, it begged the question. You're saying the company has standing contracts with service providers that have immediate access to LSPs. Is that correct?
Yes, in emergency scenarios, which I think is where your question was gauged.
That is where my question is, right.
I'm sorry, wait, can you just talk one at a time, please?
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, where did you leave off, Alan?
In emergency scenarios, which I think is where your question was headed
Was
or gauge.
Headed, yeah, it was gauged. It was one of those words.
Whatever.
Say gauged.
Thanks.
And I said I agree. Okay, great. Mr. Kelleher, are all the water quality, water resource, wetland questions I had.
Does anybody from Siding Division or Ms. Maishi have questions regarding that topic? I think it would be appropriate for us to take a quick break. Mr. Brock, I also don't know if I asked you if you were available to stay until 5. I'm assuming you are.
I am.
Thank you. Would 10 minutes be enough of a break? Let's do that and then start promptly at 4:06 in an effort to complete today by 5 if possible. Thank you. Off the record.
Okay, yeah.
If you all can hear me, if you could come back onto your screens, please. All right. I'm going to ask Mr. Riley to continue with his questioning.
I'm sorry, are we on the record?
On the record. Thank you. I'm going to ask Mr. Riley to continue with his questioning about additional environmental questions from FEIR.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kelleher. Refer to DPU-G- supplement 1 comment at 69.
I'm sorry, is that supplement 11 comment?
No, it's DPU-G- parentheses S1 parenthesis, and then another parenthesis 1 end parenthesis. Comment at 69. What design considerations has the project incorporated to address increased intensity of precipitation events due to climate change?
We'll let Mr. Howard start on that. I'm also opening the attachment right now.
Mr. Riley, you're going to hate me for saying this, but I could not keep up with the IR that you referenced. Could you please say it one more time?
Sure. DPU-G parentheses S1 end parenthesis, and then another parenthesis 1 end parenthesis. So comment at 69.
Mr. Riley, I think you're missing a number. It should be G dash some number, then paren S1.
Oh,
E5.
yeah.
You're missing a number there.
I think
What
you're right.
document is it? What document is it?
Oh, it's the FEIR is what it is.
Oh. If you want to
You say page 69?
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah, I think you're right. I think I'm missing a number there. I think it's 5. If I remember correctly, I think it's 5, but let me look. Yeah, I think it is 5. I think it's G. Sorry. Yeah, it's DPU-G-5 in supplement 1. It's the FEIR. That's 69. Sorry about that.
And Mr. Riley, could you clarify are you asking about a specific MIPA comment? Do you know which number that is?
I'll have to look at it. I'm sorry. Well, let me just ask the question. I think the question sort of stands on its own anyway. What design considerations has the project incorporated to address increased intensity of precipitation events due to climate change? So how has, and this is really for the substation, how has the substation considered increased precipitation events due to climate or increased precipitation events and stormwater management? That's really the question.
So, Mr. Riley, I'll start the response. I'm going to ask my colleague Chris Rodstrom to chime in. And Danny, I'm going to focus primarily on the stormwater management system considerations that we described in the FEIR. Because in some, Mr. Riley, the opportunities, well, let me take one step back. This topic was addressed in 3 different phases of the MIPA review. It was initially touched on in the ENF, and then we had a more robust discussion in the draft EIR. And as you know, the MIPA process, it kind of.
I'm sorry, can you just slow down just a bit, Mr.
Yes,
Howard? I'm
thank
having
you, Alan.
difficulty understanding.
Yes, I'm talking too fast. I apologize.
It's initially touched on.
Initially touched on in the ENF, and then a more robust discussion was in the draft EIR, and then the final EIR had any lingering questions from MIPA that were still unresolved from their perspective. And the lingering issue that MIPA requested some additional information on was with regards to resiliency considerations at the substation. And the opportunities for resiliency there really focused on the stormwater management system, right? We first had to make sure that we could design a system that meets the current Mass DEP standards, which it does, right? That's our regulatory obligation. Can we meet those standards? And we do. And we'll demonstrate that when we file with the conservation commissions. MEPA also asked us to consider that in consideration of climate change and potential for greater precipitation events, what sort of opportunities could Eversource implement in the future to accommodate that higher level of precipitation? And what would that look like from an impact perspective? Right. And in section 4.5 of the FEIR, which is PDF page 46 or FEIR page 4-3, we go through that. So I'm going to pause there. Danny, would you mind just talking about the stormwater system and the opportunities we looked at to expand upon it as described in this section of the FEIR?
Yeah, as I'm not the technical expert for the stormwater management system on the substation, but we do have, the existing substation essentially, does not have any stormwater management system. The proposed substation does have a large management system with French drains and such and sloping to allow for up to a 100-year storm event to essentially drain to the management system out of the substation to increase the resiliency of the future substation.
And Mr. Hagan, I'd be glad to just expand a little bit more on that. In looking at the stormwater system designed, as Mr. Hagan said, to the 100-year storm event, the current standards, it's fully compatible with that. But MEPA had asked for us to look at the 2070 25-year storm event. Right. And we did go back and we looked at that carefully, and we determined the peak elevation during the event is less than 1/10 of a foot above the spillway crest, and that it's below the capacity of the emergency spillway. So I think the general approach, kind of taking a step back, is that the stormwater system as designed and constructed will accommodate storm events for the foreseeable future. If it were to exceed the capacity, there is a spillway that would discharge the overflow and not result in any erosive flows or hazardous conditions. And that if in the future increasing storm events were to necessitate additional stormwater infrastructure, that could be designed at a future point. But in the interim, there would not be a situation that a storm event would exceed the design.
And one last comment from me, if I could, Mr. Riley. There is a trade-off as well, too. We indicated in the FEIR that there is space to accommodate larger stormwater BMPs, to accommodate larger storm events. But at least at a conceptual level, installing those sorts of best management practices or BMPs would result in additional impacts to land disturbance, tree removal, things of that nature. But the space is there, at least on the eastern side of the facility, should there be a need or an opportunity to provide additional resiliency in the days ahead.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Last question I have is also with the FEIR, which is DPU-G-5 S1 parentheses 1. This is on PDF pages 73 to 74, which is document pages 6-6 to 6-7. It is MEPA comment 17. The company states, this has in precipitation events and planning for such. Company states, the infiltration basin is designed to temporarily detain below the emergency spillway at 24-hour storm.
I'm sorry, I can't understand you. The infiltration basin
is designed to temporarily detain below the emergency spillway a 24-hour storm event. with a recurrence interval of 100 years. This event has a total rainfall of 7.6 inches. Rainfall data is based on NOAA Atlas 14, Volume 10, Version 3. That's the end quote. The question is, why was 7.6 inches chosen as a stormwater management design criteria, i.e., rather than the quoted RMAT dashboard data for a 24-hour precipitation event with a 2070, 25, 50, and 100-year storm event that was estimated at 7.9 inches, 8.9 inches, and 10 inches respectively. In other words, the RMAT data for the 25, 50, and 100-year storm event at 2070 was higher than the NOAA criterion of 7.6 inches. And so since both were quoted, we're just sort of wondering why you would go with the lower NOAA precipitation in 24 hours than the higher RMAT for the various types of storm events. So why use the NOAA criterion that's lower is the question.
I can start this response. Danny, James, Chris, please jump in if you see it differently. The way I interpret this, Mr. Riley, is back to what you and I were just discussing a few minutes ago. Our first obligation is to make sure that the stormwater management system complies to current Mass DEP standards, which is the referenced rainfall data in this response. With regards to the larger storm events predicted by the RMAT tool, as I mentioned, those could be accommodated in the future, but those would result in those additional impacts to land and tree removal and potentially wetlands if the facilities were sized accordingly. I believe that that's what this response is referring to. I'd ask my colleagues to correct me if they're interpreting it this differently.
No, I think that's right, Mike. And the RMAT tool is, as you know, Mr. Riley, a look ahead, a model forecasting hypothetical scenarios based on a very uncertain future. And it does provide some conservative estimates for future projections going out as far as 2070. And I think what MEPA asked in their requirements in the FEIR was that we consider if those scenarios, those future storm scenarios and storm volumes were to come to pass, what would happen to the current, how would the current design system perform? And as we said, it would perform quite well. It does have a spillway to accommodate occasional overflows. And could you expand a stormwater system in the future to accommodate much higher events, up to 10 inches or so? So I think the uncertainty surrounding the RMAT tool, while very valuable in taking a long-term view of how infrastructure can be designed or at least planned to be improved in the future, it is still very much a modeling exercise based on a lot of variables that are going to change. So rather than implement a more conservative design based on those future modeled scenarios, I think the company's position is design now according to current DEP standards, ensure that it'll perform even in extreme circumstances now, and allow for future expansion to adjust to changing scenarios as those future rainfall events become more certain or more able to be predicted accurately. So you're not overbuilding or over designing now.
Okay, thank you. That clarifies your position. So let's talk about that spillway for a second. You said that the spillway is able to handle some of these higher precipitations, and specifically, what I can't remember who said it, but one of you said that it would be non-erosive, which is really great news, and that's wonderful. So, tell me how it's non-erosive. What have you done with the spillway to make it non-erosive?
Danny, do you recall the specific details of the design of the spillway?
I
While you're
was
thinking,
yeah, I was attempting to pull it up here and see what we call out in terms of vegetation.
I think
Mr.
I
Riley,
just found at least the elevation. So in our response to MIPA in section 4.5, it's noted that in a peak elevation case, it'd be less than 1/10 of a foot above the spillway crest, and the predicted flow with the model would be less than 1 cubic foot per second. And that's such a minimal amount of water in these extreme scenarios that it would most likely be non-erosive with it having a vegetated spillway.
I suspect, Mr. Riley, it has to do with the shape of the basin and its final stabilization, whether it's armored with stone or it's armored with erosion control blankets and vegetation. Those combination of factors would reduce the potential for erosion, even in consideration of the low flow rate that James just referred to.
That is a low rate. I'm surprised that it's such a low rate. I have to say that's surprising to me. But you guys have done the calculations, so we'll stipulate to that for now. Okay. That is all I have for the FEIR questions. Thank you, Mr. Kelleher.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you,
Riley.
everybody. Thank you.
Any questions from other members of the siding division or Ms. Maishi
Yeah.
on this topic? Go ahead, Ms. Maishi.
Well, it's addressed to Michael Howard, so I don't know. Are we still talking about environmental concerns?
Yes.
Okay. I did locate the photo of the marbled salamander. It's time-stamped last year. You can tell by the background that we're here. I don't know if you're interested in it. I know they're a threatened species. I don't know if you were interested in the photo.
Sure, happy to have a conversation with you, Ms. Maichi. It's nice to meet you. Albeit virtually.
Shall I include that as a record? I'll include that as a record request.
Okay.
So I'm going to assign it a number of RR EFSB 9.
Thank you.
All right, so I'm going to ask questions now of Ms. Maishi. Ms. Maishi, what if you could summarize, please, your primary concerns regarding the Eversource's Crystal Spring extension project, please?
So my primary concerns are how this project will affect my family by the lines being so close to my children's bedrooms. I think at rest, the conductors were 29 feet away. I'm also concerned about my resale value, my curb appeal, the fact that this home is going to turn into something that we won't love as much as we did when we bought it. Again, because we just didn't know how close the easement was, even though we requested a plot plan showing it. The plot plan we were given didn't have the house on the plan, but we weren't concerned because the trees and bushes that are there made what we thought to be a pretty obvious division between us and Eversource's easement.
And just if you could list some of the items which we've touched on, but if you could list them right now, that you're concerned will reduce the curb appeal, please.
Well, the fact that there'll be a pole in the front yard, a very large H-frame pole. We have a beautiful porch here. We like to sit out and we like to look at our trees and bushes and all the wildlife that's attracted by them. We only have a small opening that shows our property from the road, and that will all be gone. There'll be a pole and just grass around that pole. So we'll be completely open to the road. We'll probably be open to headlights at night coming around the curve towards our house without those trees and bushes blocking it. I don't know. I guess that's all.
What is your understanding of what work or expense Eversource is willing to undertake to mitigate harms from the project as it concerns your home and property?
Well, I don't know of all the costs, but there was a point in time where they did have us get some estimates on things, and removing, relocating, replanting, moving the fence that I think now might not have to happen, or replacing the fence. All those things were very costly, and I appreciate everything that they're offering to help us. I truly do. But I'd rather this project not be happening at all.
I just wanted to track what you just said. I just want to get it on the record what your understanding is of what they're willing to do. Was there anything that Mr. Dudek did not touch upon today in today's testimony that your understanding Eversource has or is willing to do in the way of mitigation?
No, I think that he's made everything very clear. And he continues to help us with this process. And I'm very thankful that his team exists for us.
And Ms. Maishi, I do want to just ask, there was some testimony about a limited range within which structure number 2 can be moved on your property. There was testimony about a 30-foot range between basically, between the road and wetlands. Do you have any preference as to where, if a structure ends up going on your property in the front of your property, do you have any preference where in that 30-foot range it would go?
Now, are you meaning 30 feet closer to the road?
Yes, that's they indicated that it could go as much as 30 feet closer to the road.
I mean, if that was a possible thing, that would certainly be better than the alternative. If it can't move any more southerly, I guess moving more westerly would be helpful, because then I can try to replicate what's there now to block ourselves from the road. I'd have a little more room to play with. I know they want me to stay a certain amount of feet away from the structure before I can put anything back there. So, and any little bit would help.
Ms. Maishi, I would like to make that a record request. I would just like you to, after today, review the maps and just make sure that, as you kind of look at the maps in your driveway, and I would like you to confirm what your preference is with respect to the specific location of structure 2 if it ends up going in the front of your property. And that record request will be RR-EFSB-10.
Okay, and I just want to make sure the amount closer to the road was 30 feet.
That was the maximum amount closer to the road that there was testimony to, that it could be moved towards the west.
Okay, it could be moved 30 more feet.
From the original proposed location, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Does any other member of the siting division have questions for Ms. Maishi? I don't have further questions. I would invite Eversource's counsel to conduct its redirect as it chooses, please.
Could we have just like a, I don't know, 5-minute recess? I don't think that I have any redirect, but I'd like to confer with the team.
Certainly. We'll reconvene at 4:36 Please be
Thank you.
punctual off the record. Thank you. All right, once Mr. Brock is back on, I think we will resume. Mr. Brock, if you're ready, we'll go back on the record. Ms. Cuthin, would you update us, please, on your plans for redirect?
Yes. The company has no redirect.
Thank you. So I would like to address the draft exhibit list that the company provided. They provided the most recent update yesterday, I think it was. I propose to admit all the documents on that exhibit, on that list, all the documents that have been marked for identification as exhibits that the citing board, so that the citing board may consider as evidence. Does either party have any objection to my admitting those documents as exhibits?
The company has none.
Ms. Maishi, any objection?
No.
So I will therefore admit all the documents on the document on the draft exhibit list as exhibits. They'll have the same exhibit number as has been identified on that list. I would like to go off the record now to discuss the briefing schedule, please. So I would propose for the schedule, what lies ahead is the parties have an opportunity to submit a brief, and I propose, well, first of all, record responses. I propose that those be due a week from this Thursday. I basically made this a plan, you know, so that will be April 24th. And
If I may interrupt, yeah, if I may interrupt before you go on to the rest of the schedule.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. The company needs to assess how long it will take to answer some of the record request responses, in particular 3, 4, and 6 that were asked with regard to ACCC and the different alternatives. It's not something that the company has done in the past, done this analysis, and so it's hard to determine as we sit here how long that will take. So I can't even ask for an extension at this time. I'd rather ask, I guess, indicate that we may need to and likely will need to ask for an extension, but I can't estimate the length of that extension at this time, although we're mindful of the need to move this forward as quickly as possible, and we'll certainly try to do that.
Understood. Ms. Maishi, do you have any response to that?
No.
So it seems appropriate that we set the schedule as a week from Thursday, and we understand that you may need to request an extension to that. Do you think that's a reasonable time in which to assess how long it will take to answer those questions?
Absolutely.
Okay. And then I was contemplating that after the record requests deadline, that both parties will have 3 weeks in which to submit their briefs. That would put us at Thursday, May 15th. I realize that we might end up extending the record request deadline date. How does 3 weeks from the deadline from the record request date work for the parties?
That sounds reasonable to the company.
Ms. Maishi, any comment?
No.
Okay, and then both parties will have an opportunity to reply to the brief that they receive from the other party. I was contemplating 2 weeks from the date of the submission of the initial briefs. How does 2 weeks suit the parties?
That's fine.
That's acceptable.
Okay, so that would be the due date for that would be Thursday. Well, I have it as Thursday, May 29th. I think it doesn't Memorial Day fall in there, so let's just add an extra day. So that'll push us to Friday, May 30th. Yeah. All right. So Mr. Brock, back on the record, please. The parties and I just discussed the briefing schedule. We've agreed that there will be a deadline for the record request responses. They will be due next Thursday, April 24, 2025. It's understood that the company may end up requesting an extension to that date. They believe they can assess the need for an extension within the next, by that date, by April 24th. Right now, we are contemplating a due date for both parties' briefs being the same day, May 15, Thursday, May 15, 2025. And then we're contemplating the reply brief will be due 2 weeks from that, plus 1 day because of Memorial Day, which brings us to Friday, May 30th, 2025. Does either party have any other matter to address or discuss before I end this hearing?
The company is none.
And Ms. Maishi?
No.
Does anybody from the siding division have anything that needs to be addressed? Thank you, everyone, for your participation. Thank you for your willingness to stay extra today so that we could finish this hearing today. The hearing is now ended and we are off the record.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.